Hello, everyone. It is me. It's your boy Triple T. I'm back. I was wanting to stay live longer, but I was completely frozen. So I'm gonna wash up a few dishes here and see who comes around up here. But I'm just gonna tidy a few things here. Do I need this? Yes. Let me try and tidy up a little bit of this mess here. And then we'll start cooking and make another mess. Don't you love it? Don't you love it? Don't you love it? Oh, y'all, I feel kind of tired. Could be because I haven't eaten it yet. That could be it. I got to take my garbage down at some point. I have my garbage can actually outside on my balcony. Now, why I didn't take it down earlier when I went downstairs, I have no idea. But let's wash up these little bit of dishes so I can dirty more dishes. All right, y'all. So yesterday I had made a salmon omelet. And you know what, y'all? It was actually, I didn't like it at first, but once it was cold, I had some leftovers of it. Oh my god, it was so good cold. I don't get it. But I didn't waste any of it. I think I still have beans in here. I need to finish. Yeah, there's a little bit of beans in here. Got in here. This is still good. Hopefully this is not moldy. Yo, how long does pasta sauce stay good for? I don't see any mold in this. Hey, Robin, is this still good to use? It's been in my fridge for a while. There's no mold inside that I can see. It's a pasta sauce, and I thought maybe I could add it in the. I don't know if I should risk it. I don't see any mold or anything. Oh, I've got in here. What have I got in here? Nothing that's really useful. We are slim pickings, slim. I'm gonna try to munch on a little bit of this apple here in a sec. No, that's gross. Okay. I don't see any mold in it or anything. But okay, I won't use it. Like I said, I'm just trying to utilize what I have here. You know? It's a little hot, y'all. Hey, Cricket, welcome back. Back again. I'm back again. I'm back again. Guys, I was thinking, I don't know why, but on my walk home, first of all, I cannot, guys, cars make me so anxious. So I'm walking, I'm crossing the street, and I'm like, I literally had to do this. I put my hand out because I'm like, are you going to stop? Like, I'm just like, ugh. I'm just so frustrated, guys, of people always, it's always about them. Like, how dare you would stop and let somebody cross the damn sidewalk? Ugh. So I can still feel my anxiousness when I'm out and about. Yo. But I'm just like, okay, take a breath. and don't let it get to you. I'm listening to Nirvana. Oh wow, I never really was a big into Nirvana. I don't even know what's the Nirvana song. Smells Like Teen Spirit. Well, that's the name of the album. What's a Nirvana song? I'm just so I'm just so sick of it, guys. Even like today when I go to get my coffee, I'm just like, "Hello, like how are you today?" And of course, most people only say it because they want to be polite back. But even at the end, there's no like, "Have a great day" or "Enjoy" or you know, I don't know, guys. I just wish that there was a little bit more from people than just just dead inside. It's kind of what it feels like. No worries, Robin, take your time. I'm like, why are people so dead on the inside? It's just a little bit of niceness, guys, goes a long way. But anyways, it's all good. Sexy, yeah, you know. Yeah, I don't really know Nirvana. Maybe Robin might. I just know that I know some Courtney Love songs. I used to like listening to her. Surprisingly, sometimes I have grown up listening to some things that people might not. I like that one. Oh, let me over, down, down, down. Oh, when I wake up in my makeup. I think that's the only one I remember from her. I'd have to look it up. Down, down, down. Oh, make me over, down, down, down. Oh, I don't wanna be down, down. That was the band Hole. That's just what happened to play. Is that the type of music you typically like, Cricket? Is like I don't know, what type of music is Nirvana considered? Rock, right? Rock? God, peanut butter has a weird smell when you let it sit for. It was sitting in there since last night. My cute little dish, guys, that I got from from the abandoned resort. It blows my mind all the stuff that was in this place, this abandoned resort. Hey, Shrix, how are you today? Thank you for coming, Shrix. What have you been up to? Welcome, Shrix. Welcome, Shrix. I know, and I was like, if anyone knows me, I'm really cheap, and I'm not really into. I don't know. I know it sounds weird, but I'm often now anymore. I'm not really into those touristy things, buying the touristy stuff in shops. And I was just like, this is cute. I'm just like, I'll take it as a souvenir. It's free. The only thing I bought last trip was my T-shirt, my my soccer jersey, or whatever you want to call it. I'm only 15 minutes here before sleep. Okay, no worries. Well, I appreciate you stopping by. How was your day? Did you do anything exciting? Any plans for the weekend, guys? Y'all got any plans for the weekend? All right, guys. I don't know how I'm going to do this. I guess I'm going to. All right, let me probably wash this too. Y'all, I cannot wait to have a cheeseburger. Free, always the best. Oh, yes. Can't complain with free. Well, you can, but there's no point. Well, sometimes people will find any way to complain, right? I mean, I don't know, right? Right, y'all? Right? All right, let's see what we got here. I have a can of mushrooms. I have this can of diced tomatoes. So I don't know what you guys do. Should I just dump this all in the pot and then add the macaroni in as well, let it boil, or should I cook my macaroni separate? Separate. Should I cook it separate? Okay, y'all. I gotta eat something before I hit the floor. Oh yeah, I remember what I was trying to say earlier. Is I don't know, the song Christina Aguilera came in my head. You know, we are beautiful no matter what they say. They say words can't bring you down, but and we're not gonna let them, right, guys? Well, why do you say that, Brickett? Why do you say you're boring? I don't care. I'm in my pretty girl era. Right, guys. I don't think I've had barely any water. Well, no, I did have some water earlier. All right. Well, why not? If you have a dishwasher, separate. Sorry, what? Did I miss something? Often I speak a mile a minute, so by the time the minute's over, I forgot half of the things I said. I don't have a dishwasher, unfortunately. Don't interrogate me. Out. No interrogation, bro. We all good up her, up in her, up in her. I'm gonna make you lose my mind. Up in her, up in her. Yeah, this apple is on the verge of going bad. I kid. Okay. I was like, what? I don't know. When I used to have a dishwasher in my old apartment, I never really used it. And half of the time, as a single guy, I would end up doing the wash and then I would never put the dishes away. I would just take them out as I needed them. I don't have much onion left. It always does that with Robin. I don't know why. Hello.
Hello.
Lock your doors and hide your keys.
What's up, mister?
Nothing.
Nothing? What you cooking up there, mister? I missed it.
Nothing special.
Not
Well, I gotta
special.
do something into me. Hey, what would you do? I got a can of diced tomatoes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking, should I just dump this in? Should I don't know. Should I drain this or can I just put the whole sauce in too? Just add more liquid.
What are you trying to do? I'm confused.
Just making a pasta. So I got,
Okay, yeah.
all I have is diced tomatoes, a can of mushrooms, and I
Okay.
have a little bit of onion left here. That's all I have, and pasta. So I'm just like, should I just throw it all in the pot and throw the
Mm-hmm.
pasta in, or should I cook the pasta separate and then add
I
the pasta?
always cook my pasta separate. Always cook my sauce and my pasta separate. So that might be an Italian thing or it just might be an OCD thing, but I would say you could do either way though. I mean, honestly, if you're not putting a ton of pasta in, if there's enough liquid to cook, now I don't know. That's like
Yeah,
sacrilege.
I think I'll do it separate.
Yeah, separate would be key, right? Hey, Cricket.
Hey, Robin, can you see the comments?
Yes, I can.
Ow.
Miss Strix.
I
Strix.
feel, I feel
Strix.
kind of tired.
You feel kind of tired?
Yeah, it could be because I haven't eaten anything. Maybe that's why.
Probably. You need some carbs in your life.
I just had an apple.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's get that going. All right, let's open this can of. Oh,
Yeah.
I can't wait. I can't wait to have a big old cheeseburger. Oh, fuck it. I cannot wait.
Mama. Right.
I cannot wait.
Oh, please don't let it be a McDonald's one though, because they suck.
My
But
body probably doesn't know what's happening. It's saying, what in the fucking old fentanyl's happening?
what in the
Price
fucking
no
no,
liquor, there's no liquor, there's no marijuana,
I
there
know.
wasn't any coffee, and there also hasn't been any McDonald's. What's going on,
I
body?
know. What the hell? What the hell? Yeah, that's what your body's saying. What the hell?
Right?
Yeah, it's all good for you, but your body's saying, "What the hell?" No. Is somebody power napping?
He said after the meal, but
Yeah.
all right,
Well,
so let's get that in there. Now, what should I drain these or just dump the whole can in?
I don't know, Mama. I'm not really sure what you're using, but if
It's canned mushrooms.
drain the mushrooms for sure. Do not put the whole can of mushrooms in with the liquid. No. Yeah, drain the mushrooms. Did you just put all that in with the mushrooms?
No, this is the sink.
Okay, I get you.
See, this is stuff I grew up on. I remember growing up, every time my mom would cook, she used a lot of fresh ingredients as well, but
Right.
it would be so often where it would be, pantry stuff, canned mushrooms and stuff, and
Can
and
I can I admit something? I fucking hate canned mushrooms. Cannot do them. They're rubbery as fuck. Can't do them. Excuse
yeah,
my
I don't.
language.
Oh, no worries. I don't mind it. It doesn't bother me.
No. Oh my. Mm-mm. Can't do the canned mushrooms. They're rubbery.
Um, Now I didn't. For some reason, a lot of my family they never seemed to really like my mother's cooking. I didn't find it that bad. Um,
Oh Lord.
I didn't find it that bad. I think it was honest cooking. It wasn't, like I said, it was honest cooking. I never thought, but I always liked her goulash. She,
Goulash. Oh my God, that's classic. You guys had that too. Goulash.
but, but she makes hers in a very interesting way, and I still don't. She used canned tomato soup in hers.
Oh wow. Okay.
And it makes it really rich, but she also added, I think, I think she put a regular jar of pasta, but then also the tomato soup to give
Mm.
it like a more rich taste.
Yeah. Yeah.
But she would put celery, she would put ground beef, peppers. I don't know. I always enjoyed that growing up.
Yeah. It's
But
interesting to hear different people's different mothers' recipes on goulash because goulash to me was like they put onion, ground beef,
yeah, yeah.
the pasta noodles, and usually for us kids they wouldn't add peppers or anything because usually the kids didn't like peppers, but you do the tomato sauce and everything. Very simple dish,
Yeah.
very hearty, and you could feed a lot of kids on that, and it was
Oh,
cheap.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it was tasty.
Mm-hmm. Right, like we
Wish,
enjoyed it, right?
wish I had some ground beef right now, Mama.
I know, Mama. Hello, Danielle. Danielle, you better stick around
Hey,
for more than one comment.
like, hi, Daniel. Bye, Daniel.
Right? You better stay around for more than one comment.
That's what I always say when he comes. Hi, Daniel. Bye,
I
Daniel.
know.
There's no point in asking that guy a question because as soon as you even blink, he's gone.
I love Daniel though. He's a good supporter though.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I get mushrooms in
Mhm.
glass jar. Okay.
Who what? I get mushrooms in glass jars from Walmart. Yeah, cricket, really? I didn't even know that was the thing. Can you get mushrooms in glass jars? I buy mine fresh,
Yeah, I
like
didn't
yeah, I didn't know that was the thing.
either.
Scrix. I've never seen you here. How do I say that? Scrix?
He's from Germany.
Oh, okay.
Well, at least I've never actually
He
asked if you're.
lives,
I'm just assuming you're a male.
I live in the future. D, happy Friday to you. D, or T, T, happy
Yeah, he
Friday.
lives in the future. It means he's like 9 hours ahead of us.
Oh, okay.
I think I might put a couple bay leaves in here to give it a little.
Do you have some? Give it a little kick. You know what? Fun fact about Robin. I hate oregano and I hate bay leaves.
Oh, really?
And I'm Italian, so yeah, but I hate them. They're too strong of a flavor for me.
Okay. I don't think
Yeah?
there's too many spices that I don't like.
No?
Nah, I'm pretty. I don't know. There's not many things that I can say I don't really like. I'll eat pretty much anything. I mean, nothing. Of course, I have some things that are not my favorite.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I'm pretty good with most things. I know a lot of people don't like cilantro.
I never had cilantro. Fun fact, too. But I heard that it tastes like soap. So I'm not down for it.
Guys, if you focus on that, but I know a lot of people that actually uh, really don't like.
Well, cilantro is like the Mexican version of an Italian's parsley, right? So I love fresh parsley. I love parsley. I've always loved parsley. But cilantro is like the Mexican version of a parsley. And I always heard it tasted like soap. Like soap.
You've never had cilantro.
I never had cilantro. No, I'm very
There's this guy,
ignorant.
right? He's in like his 20s. He's never had, what was it? He's never had pineapple before. He's never tasted so many different fruits. And I'm just like, kidding me?
I know,
But
right?
I'm
I
like, have you been?
haven't tried so many foods. I know.
And yes, T,
Yeah, okay, cool. Well, welcome, because I have not seen you. Strix. I think that's how I say your name.
there's always
Strix.
new people coming.
Yeah. Strix, are you how old are you? Just because I'm curious. I have many questions. I always ask people questions. T, I'm surprised you're coming up with all different kinds of combinations, though. That's good. And they're healthy for you, too. So
Girl, I gotta eat what I have here.
I know, but you get creative. At least you can be creative, right?
Got nothing. I mean, this is still a lot better. You might recall me telling you, is that going to be enough, Robin? Is that enough?
What? Show me. I don't know what you're doing there.
You'll see. I do have penne. That's all the macaroni I have.
You don't need a ton of macaroni, believe it or not. Macaroni, you think it's not too much, but I'll tell you what, it actually poofs up. So,
I put a quarter there in this box.
oh yeah, you'll be good. You'll be good.
But I do have penne as well. So,
You got
anyways,
penne?
when I was about 20 years old living in Ontario, I mean, those times were rough when you think about it. Plus, you're young and you don't know any better.
Yeah,
I
right.
grossest meals. So even this is 10 times better than what I used to make. I would make sometimes, I would have only pasta and I would have to put mayonnaise in it because that's all I had.
Bro, that's so gross.
Yes,
Oh,
ketchup mixed with
gross.
anything that I could find because that's all I had, right?
Oh, God.
Robin, she's
I'm
40,
57,
57.
almost in the grave.
Right?
I'm just kidding. I am 44.
She's 44.
Jane, my love, come up.
Jane, how are you? You can you make this is quick, wake up your milk. But can I use this as well to just make a hot chocolate? I suppose, right?
Right, is it wait, what is it? Show me.
Nesquik.
Yes. And you can heat up your water. You know how you do, can you heat up water in your little thing?
I keep
Just
water on this thing.
Okay. Any way you can heat up water, you put that Nesquik in it, it'll create hot chocolate.
Yeah, maybe I'll have
It's way better with milk, but you can do it with water. Yeah.
because I'm like, I need something, you know?
You know what? If you like don't have coffee and you're craving that and you have that Nesquik, I'm telling you, just make it just like a hot.
Hi, Ramseth. For coming, Ramseth.
Hello, Ramseth.
Blessings, guys. Also, guys, I want to let y'all know I am now like 3 subs from 2,100 subs.
I know. Good for you. Good for you. You're doing
Oh,
good.
I got my 2K last night from my video that went viral, and it's crazy to believe that yesterday I was 1,810, I think, and so that's quite a big jump. How many is that? That's like 300.
Don't ask me to do math. What were you at?
1810,
And then you did jump to what?
and now I'm like 3 away from God, I can't think now. 2,100.
Okay. Well, I'm bad at math, but that's about
300, right?
shit. That's like about 100 or more subs. Really?
Yes, I know, crazy, right?
Good job. That's good. That's good.
Especially
Yeah,
because I was down on myself last week. I was
I
plus my
know.
grade, but I was like, nobody watches my channel. Nobody.
I know. A little pity party there. Don't pull the pity party on us. We love
Yeah,
you. You know we love you. So quit your shit.
right.
Quit your shit. We're all here to support you. I don't see many. I see a lot of loyal people that come back and back again. So
Appreciate it. Thank you so much,
yeah.
always for coming. It actually really means a lot to me, more than anyone will probably know. Well, Robin probably knows,
I know.
uh, but
Yeah.
it does
People
mean a
need
lot.
to know how much you appreciate that for sure.
And I will be having a special mukbang coming up, guys. A special mukbang that I'm going to be doing next week.
Are you really?
Yeah, I'm not going to tell anyone what it
I
is.
don't even know this. I don't even know anything about it.
Oh,
No, no, it's a surprise to me.
so next week when I get paid, I'm gonna treat myself a little bit to do this mukbang, and so I'm looking forward to it. I even thought, I don't know, about even possibly about getting a new cutting board, guys.
A new cutting board. For Paul, especially. Can we name it Paul, please?
Because the reason I said that, it does look pretty hacked up.
No,
Like
it's such bullshit, bro.
that
No.
this McDonald's video is from a month ago, right? And so I don't know if that. Anyways, I was watching it. I was like, "Holy fuck, that does look really bad."
It does not. Stop.
So I'm like, it's not something I need though. That's the thing. Like, it's not really a necessity, but um, I'm just like, oh, maybe it would be nice to have a nice, fresh board I won't do any
Yeah.
cutting on, right? No cutting, just
No.
straight up for my mukbangs.
A T, please. Can we name it Paul? Can we
Sure.
please name it Paul? Sorry, I'm a wise ass. Sorry to everybody in the chat. If anybody knows that story, um, it should be named Paul.
It's going to be called Just Paul.
What's it going to be called? Just Paul. Yeah, here you go. There you go.
Do you guys know a good way to boil water? Turn the burner on.
Yeah, that would be a good way. Yeah.
This actually doesn't look bad, though.
Did you just say anybody know how to boil water good? Turn them.
Because I'm sitting here and I'm like, fuck, why is it not heating up? And I'm like, oh, it's not on.
You're funny.
5 hours, guys. Thank you for showing up, showing out, and showing your support.
Miss Laners probably can't be here because she's got her fam at the house still.
Oh, please don't.
Yeah.
Oh, please do not use that word ever again.
What? Oh my God, she's got a family. I said family.
You channel.
I said fam. I'm sorry.
Just
I know
kidding.
you hate that word, but that's why Laners isn't here. She's got her family at the house, so.
I don't know why people became so obsessed with saying that FAM. I don't know what it is.
It's just a shorter version of family. I don't know.
Actually, too, when I'm watching Jim, I still haven't watched his video, but I watched the first like 2 seconds and then I was like, oh my God, I can't already because he's fam. And I'm like, oh my God, please no.
If you knew his story, you'd feel differently about that though.
I still haven't watched it. I'll get around to. We make cutting boards. Try some mineral oil on it first.
Wait,
mineral.
what?
I don't know. It's also burnt. Like it's burnt. It's definitely has seen better days.
Yeah, I know. It's not the worst thing in the world though.
No, absolutely not. I mean,
Oh,
like
that is the thing. Sweet Jane did make cutting boards, like legit cutting boards. I wanted one. She's right. She knows what she's talking about too. Yeah.
yes, go on.
Squad. Yeah, but I mean,
And
shit. If you have a cutting board, like honestly, and you cut on it a lot, it's gonna have like the one thing that makes me laugh that kind of coincides with your channel is that your cutting board has that little coil burn on it, right? And you also have back burner Townsend on your thing, and it's like legit on your cutting board. I don't think too many people caught that.
probably not.
No.
That's me. That's Bernard
Yeah, I know.
Townsend.
So I always thought that was like a thing. Like,
Well, actually, sorry. Actually, I am no longer gonna be back burner Townsend. I'm gonna be
I
on the
know,
front.
Mama.
I will no longer be on the back burner. I am gonna be front burner Townsend.
That's right. Front burner Townsend. That's right. I agree.
Ain't nobody gonna put me on the back burner.
That's
No more.
right. Nobody puts Mikey in the corner. Nobody puts Mikey in the corner.
Nobody comes between me and my.
Yeah. Life is challenging, though, eh?
Yeah, B. Can I get any more out of that?
What are you doing there?
What if the stove is full, Triple T? Well, hell, based on the groceries I got lately, my stove ain't gonna be full. Who cares what the cutting board looks like as long as it's clean? Well, it becomes questionable.
It's questionable.
Right now, it needs a bit of a wash, but I haven't been really doing any mukbangs. So other than the one that I put out yesterday, so everybody's gonna notice that I've taken Ramses' advice, and so I've decided for any mukbangs that I'm gonna upload, it's always gonna be 9 a.m. my time. So if you happen to be watching a premiere of mine and I'm not there, it's because it's pre-selected and I might be sleeping. Because I noticed yesterday, like Joe and Cricket and all kinds of people were on my premiere, but and I even saw Joe saying, "Is T even here?" And Cricket's like, "No, I don't think so."
So what time? Yeah, I wasn't there live for that. So like, what time is that? What time is that?
9 a.m., 11, noon for you.
Noon for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I see. I won't be there on those. That's cool though.
Yeah, it
I have
doesn't
no
matter.
problem with that. That's
Decided
cool.
to pick that time. And so whenever I upload a video, I'm not going to be sporadic like I've been doing. It's going to be always, I just decided whatever, just pick a time. And that's the time I
Right.
decided. So why that time though? I don't know.
Ah,
Ramseth, play any time.
ah, ah.
I
Okay, I'm
don't
not reading. I'm not reading comments. I'm just listening to you. But
know,
was
Ramseth. There's
there, was
a specific time I need to do. I can't keep up.
there
I can't keep up.
right?
Yes.
Yes. I don't
Okay, I
know.
want a hot chocolate, so I'm gonna heat up some more water. Why that time? Yeah, you're killing me here. You're killing me.
Listen, I don't know what he's talking about, T. So you have side conversations all the time. So
No, Ramseth was me and Ramseth don't have a side. Uh, he told me one day when I did my low YouTube video live, he was telling me different things to that I could do, like consistency, like pick a time, and that's what I did.
yeah,
I picked a time.
he
I
said, yeah,
like
you
took a
like.
time when you were not there. I know it's hard because I'm sleeping. I'm
Mm-hmm.
sleeping, or who knows?
Yeah.
Like things could happen. Even if I pick a time, it could be 1 p.m. What if I'm at work, or what if I'm busy doing something? What if so? Do you see what I'm saying, Ramsat? That kind of doesn't make sense. So you know, right? That doesn't make sense. I'm just trying to pick a time, or maybe I don't have them as premieres. I just do it if I know I'm going to be able to be there, right?
Okay, can I address Cricket's comment? Cricket, we aren't always a side conversation, to be honest. We're probably more main conversations than you know. But when it comes to him streaming or whatever, yeah, I don't watch that shit, to be honest. Okay, now I'm going to be honest. I don't watch streams. Like, I'm sleeping or I'm doing different stuff, right? So when you stream, I only see your stuff afterwards. A lot of times I only see your stuff afterwards. Um,
Ain't no big deal.
yeah, and
Uh,
they ain't no big deal. I mean, ain't no big deal, right?
did you know you had 130 viewers when the video was online?
Yes, I did see that. When I seen the views, it was at 75 on
Which one?
your one that you did recently with the drag stuff. Like, I call it drag stuff, but I don't know what you'd call it. Like dressing up. Okay.
Oh, yeah, it had 200 at one point.
I seen it at 75 at this morning.
Yeah,
This
It,
morning.
it kind of died down because when I go to sleep, I need to turn the
Yes.
music off. So I think that might have affected it. But within the first 2 or 3 hours, the highest it went, I think, was 202. But the stream before that, I had, I think, 300 at one point. It's just for premieres, though. It's always okay to have content creator to be in chat. Otherwise, it's not important. Okay. That's what I'm here for. I'll get those trolls out. Yes. Guys, I'm going to say this again, and I'm going to let you guys be reminded. There is no waiting for me to ask permission. If somebody suspicious comes in the chat at any moment, you guys are there for a reason. I know in the past I was being sensitive with it, and I was like, now that I'm a little bit more level-headed, thinking we don't got time for that, and give you guys the full power. If anyone is saying something that seems rude or whatever, then by all means get them out. Right?
Yeah, I think we kind of do that, but and in cricket, I will say this to cricket. Cricket was in a live that I wasn't in. He was like hardcore sticking up for you. So amen, cricket, for that.
Yeah, I
I
appreciate it.
was, yeah. I wasn't in on that one, so
I know, I like
yeah.
I said in the past, I've got upset and stuff with people doing that, and I was like, oh, you should check with me first and whatever, and it's like, no, I'm like, I'm just at the point where I don't need negativity, I don't need any of that, so we're just gonna cut that stuff down immediately.
Yeah.
We're not gonna tolerate it.
Well, I'm
Um,
going to tell you what, Cricket has come hard for you. Like, he definitely freaking takes care of when he sees something. If he's on there, he rides hard for you. So, yeah, people are fucking weird. They're weird. Excuse my language. I
you
shouldn't
know,
swear. I'm sorry.
last night I was getting a lot of kind of rude comments from people,
Yeah.
and I was just like, if you want to be rude, I can dish it back to you as well. But I just was,
Yeah.
I'm just like, get out of here.
Yeah.
We don't got
Right?
time.
Ain't got no time for that. Right?
I got time for that.
Ain't
I
got
got
no time for that.
you. Send
Hmm.
me.
Yeah. So sometimes other people pick up the slack for you. You know what? Here's another way I can say to you, T. You have people that love you. You really do. So even though life sometimes feels unfair, and we all go through these things, right? Where
Of course.
sometimes we don't feel like anybody's there for us. You have a lot of people there for you, and let's just always remember that.
Oh, absolutely. I don't know. I mean, I obviously, sometimes we say like, oh, I don't know what I would do without this or without that, because we would always still find our way. But
Right.
I am definitely thankful because, in a lot of ways, this is my therapy, and just coming on and talking with you guys, it does make my day better. And, um,
Yeah.
I am thankful um, that I do have people that come in with um, positive
Vibe.
vibes.
Right. Yes. And now, listen, if I ever had questions, or of course I always have questions, but if I ever came in with a vibe that I needed help, I honestly think that some people in this community that you have, some people that are here always, I can name a few, I would listen to them. It'd be
Of course,
nice to hear different people's advice, right? Because sometimes we don't always get advice in life. We get thrown maybe where we're just kind of feel like we're on our own, you know, sometimes going through stuff, and it's always nice to hear people's advice, right? Or be able to ask the question, right?
of
Because
course.
sometimes we don't even feel like we can ask anybody anything, you know? Because,
Absolutely. And
yeah.
sometimes people, I was mentioning earlier about Kula. Kula's in New Zealand, so he the time is off, so often he'll miss lives. But
Right.
yes, he was concerned because he had come in and he didn't recognize Cricket's name, right? Because Cricket
Yeah.
usually says Cricket. And
Yes.
he didn't recognize there was, I think, Shrix, were you there? I think Shrix, you might have been there. And he thought that you guys were trolls, and he actually left the conversation because he thought that you guys were trolls. And later I said, listen, I appreciate that. They weren't trolls, or else, they would have been gone. And even today, he watched one of my videos and commented and said, oh, I've been wanting to ask you about how you're doing, but at the same time, I was concerned that I might, uh, how do I say? I think he was scared to ask about how I'm doing with my sobriety because I think he was
Right.
scared to bring up any feelings or anything. But I'm like, no, I appreciate that. See, that is someone that is thinking ahead about someone, right?
Hmm.
When you take the time to think, oh, let me think about, you know what I mean? It's somebody
Yeah.
that thinking ahead. because they don't want to say the wrong thing. But I said to them, I'm okay. You can ask me. People can ask me questions about it. I'm not.
Right.
I'm not afraid to talk about it.
And I think that's going to help people, Mikey. I really do. You are going to help people through that, like I have in my past too. But yes, if people are open with you and they want to know because they might be going through the same situation, it could be through work, it could be through addiction, it could be through a lot of things, right? Just feeling left out or in the world, or people don't understand you or don't listen to you, and you don't maybe have a whole family to talk to and all that. Yeah, I mean, I think that, yeah, if people open up, that's all. It's all for good, you know. I really do believe that.
The time on this channel. Do you know earlier I was mentioning Diana, and then as soon as I mentioned Diana, she showed
Yes,
up.
it came on. I know. How many times have we done that? How many times have we done that? As soon as we mention, I don't know what it is. Is it the vibe? Is it like, is it
But
the, is it the algorithm, or
but
is it
the
just the vibe of life when you mention somebody's name, all of a sudden they pop up? It's weird. It is weird.
comments.
I know, but it's like, you know how like nobody's ever here, but if we mention people's names, all of a sudden they pop up.
Hi mods. You know who I haven't seen in a long time? Vern.
I
Long time.
know. I know.
Long time. I
Yeah,
miss.
he's been around. I
You
bet
know,
you he'll pop up.
you know what's hard in life sometimes? It's always remembering the times before, and I think that it's so hard, like even on YouTube here, when we think about all the times with the Misfits and the times with with Vern when he used to come up live, and that doesn't happen anymore. Times when
Mhm.
Kirby used to come up live. It's I think as humans when we have a connection to something, we're it's so hard to, I think, move past it, but we have no choice because tomorrow is not going to be the same as today, right?
Yeah.
And that is the hardest part sometimes about signal problems. You guys having okay signal problems, mods? Diana, that's because I'm always here.
Oh, I'm reading the comments too. It's cute. I love y'all. And
Walking in the
see
bush.
these people, see how many people you have for you, and they are down for you, T. Like, it's
And
awesome.
I really want to say, guys, I really appreciate you guys as well that stuck with me through the hard times when I was being negative constantly and I was, not realizing how I was really being. Um, it's usually I'm pretty self-aware, but I think that I was just a little bit blinded to actually how upset I was getting just over anything, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, Hey, Undead Cricket. Is everything okay, T? Oh, yeah, I'm okay for today. Ask me again tomorrow. I'm just kidding. Sweet Jane says, so many people can understand going through adversity. A lot of them try to hide it and afraid to letting it show. And yeah, that's what we
Mhm.
take from is it's
Amen,
okay.
Jane.
It's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay. Um, it's okay to have real life problems, and I think that so much in life everyone is you're right, they are scared to let that show because maybe they think it's a weakness. I'm
No.
always in those bushes. Absolutely.
Diana is always in those bushes. Love her. See, you have so many people that love you. So that's what I'm going to go back to is how many people freaking love you. And not a lot of people have that. I think that's what we try to strive for out here sometimes. People, I, I can tell you right now, when I didn't even know about YouTube. I lost my mom. That's how I freaking ended up on YouTube. I don't even know how I did it. I don't even know. I just started watching people eat, and then I found out that there was like other people out there, and started talking to people, and then I realized like people are really nice out there. They can be really good people, and I don't know. Call me crazy, right?
When
Didn't
did
we
you?
all find different communities, right? We've been through good and bad. Now Jane knows this one. We've been through. You can go through good and bad on YouTube, but
No, no, Maud. The live is still going. What do you mean?
what's happening?
No, it seems like is everybody hearing and seeing me okay? It seems like Mods is having some connections issues. She says, "Is the live?" No, it's still going. Oh, you're crazy, Robin. It
Yes,
says.
I am, Cricket. Love you though. You're
Anyone else?
crazy too.
But yeah, I guess just
Is it
yeah.
me? Am is something wrong?
She needs to refresh, use another device. Sweet Jane says, "More scared that if a small oh, wait, more scared that if a small hole opens up, then the floodgates of emotions will open." Whew. Well,
Oh, see,
I'm all
see,
emotion.
My Jane is going to speak truth here.
Well, that's what we need. And you know what, guys? Honestly, I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. Oh my God, shit. Um, that flew off. I I am all for anyone keeping it real because we don't
Oh,
want to
I always keep it real.
unless you're
Anybody
Diane.
who knows me, I'll keep it real. I'll keep it real, real hard. Yeah. So sorry to hear that, Robin.
100 up in here, mama.
Diana, you're awesome. Like freaking, you rock.
Oh, sorry, Robin. I was trying to ask you a question, but you didn't hear me.
I
When did your
didn't hear you, honey. What?
you still didn't hear me again?
I still didn't hear you. Nope.
When did your mom pass? I've asked you like
No.
5 times.
Okay. Okay. My mom. Do I really need to talk about this shit? This is like gonna traumatize me. No, it's not. I'm just kidding.
Because you brought
My mom passed 2019 when COVID came out, but it wasn't from COVID.
okay,
So yeah,
but you never used YouTube before that, like to listen to music
never.
like
No.
that.
Nope. I didn't even know. I didn't even have like I had a smartphone, but I didn't know how to I didn't I just made phone calls on it. I didn't even know what like YouTube was or anything. I didn't even know what YouTube was. I didn't even have an account. I didn't know how to look up music like you do. I remember learning Pandora, right? Which is like a music app. That was
Okay.
it. Just my Pandora. I just listened to music and I could make phone calls, I guess, on my phone. But I never looked at YouTube. I never knew what YouTube and also Facebook. Fun fact. Okay. When did y'all fucking start Facebook? Please put in the comments.
A
When did
comment.
y'all start using Facebook? Because I didn't use Facebook until like 10 years after that shit was like happening. I didn't even know. I
Popular.
had I had boyfriends and shit that knew what that was, and uh, they were doing it and doing all kinds of stuff on there. I had no fucking clue what Facebook was. I didn't
Well,
want to do it. I didn't like it. I didn't want to do it. I was like, no, I'm not going to do Facebook. I didn't like social media. I hated social media. Hated it. Hated it.
yeah, that's fair.
So, but then I understood what it was, and then everybody introduced me, and then it was first Facebook, and then I used to do before YouTube. I figured out how to do my music on my phone because I love music. You guys know that I love my music, so I did my music, and then I learned about YouTube, and then I started watching fun thing here. The whole reason I actually got to your guys' channels is because I watched what are they called? food challenges, right? Like people who could eat a lot of food at once.
Yeah.
And that happened after my mom passed, and I couldn't eat anything. It's so weird, and this is like, I'm really putting this out there. I couldn't even eat food, and then I used to watch people eating like food challenges, and I just thought that was, I don't know, somehow it took me down a rabbit hole. And then I started seeing people who did mukbangs, and I was like, what the hell's that? And then I don't know, I found certain people I connected with. But wrongly, I went down the wrong road at first.
Yeah.
I connected to people who weren't really good for me. But I met so many great people along the way. I will say this, and I don't regret doing it. So, yeah, that's how it went down. I never like intended to like get down the road of mukbangs. I'm not like a mukbang queen or anything. I just happened to fall into that. I don't know, sitting down and having a meal with somebody, right? Just thought people were, it's like I never grew up with really sitting around the table and having a meal with my family. So,
Yeah.
yeah. So that's kind of how I fell into that, right? And then I like different people's personalities and stuff. But don't get me wrong, I've been tricked many times. Many, many, many times. So, I don't know. I don't really know why people watch mukbangs. I don't know what their reasons. I would love to know other people's reasons for doing that.
I started because one, I was bored because I wasn't working during COVID, right? And
Mm-hmm.
that's the reason I started the channel. But unfortunately, the real truth to those mukbangers that eat a lot of food, they're not setting a good example to people. And I definitely was a victim of that because, even when I was younger, because when I worked at Wendy's, I've always been a little bit of a picky, right? Um, even my dad, it's probably just inherited. Always see my dad eating everything right in the fridge that he could get his hands on. And I was always when I remember when I even working at Wendy's and I had my discount and stuff. I always wanted that extra burger and the extra and the extra. And I started watching Nick Avocado, and he would have like 20
I
burgers.
know. It's crazy.
I feel bad too because he's been putting out new videos with Hungry Fat Chick. You guys know who Hungry Fat Chick is?
Yes, I do. Yes,
They-
and I like her. Sorry.
And Otto recently did a McDonald's video, and there's so much food more than either of them can eat.
It
I'm
was
like,
bad though. It was like a mountain of fucking food. I
what
never
example?
agreed. Don't get me wrong. I never agreed with that. Like that's not like
And that and that's what
I
happens
don't
if you
know.
and look at a lot of my old videos. You will see me there, 6, 7 burgers. There's one video I showed Adrian, and I had ordered that night $50, some $60 in Chinese food. I had
No.
and I had McDonald's, way more than one person needs in any
Hey,
type.
Zeba.
Hey Zeba, oh my fucking, that guy is, I don't know, Nikocado. Real talk, Jane. Oh, did I miss a? Oh yeah, they're wolves in sheep's clothing, of course.
Oh, you know it, Jane. Jane. You know it.
Diana, that's what I'm talking about. He has new videos that were released in the past week. If you go to his channel, you'll find them. He has new videos with her. They go to Heart Attack Grill. There is a McDonald's one. They're all within the past week. Go check them out. And he
Hmm.
sits with her, and they've got like so many boxes of nuggets, so many. And I'm like, first of all, I think if Nick was a good friend, why isn't he helping? because I know for a while I was watching Hungry Fat Chick and she was trying to do a diet and she was trying to better herself. But I think it's, we don't know what she's going through. I do think she is a sweet person, but maybe he should be helping her to not sit there and consume so much food to kill herself. You know what I mean? Thanks,
Yeah.
Ava. Drop by.
Yeah.
Uh,
Zaba was live actually. So thanks for stopping by, Zaba, because he was actually live before he popped in.
Thank you, Zeba. And guys, I do apologize as well to some people because I haven't really been supporting back like I usually would be. I so I do apologize if you guys with channels don't see me, but I still appreciate y'all. But yeah, like someone like Candy. But like I said, that's why I started the channel because I thought, oh, I want to do that. I want to sit and eat 10 burgers and
No, 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 no,
and
no,
fill my nuts
no, no,
and
Mama.
and you guys can probably maybe see now when I do my mukbangs, I have gotten better. I have one sandwich or I have a couple cheeseburgers or whatever it is. I don't have 99
Ew.
things, right?
Well, why would you? Okay, number one, why would you? Number two, unless you've like really built your channel on that kind of stuff, I'm sorry. I love, okay, by the way, Hungry Fat Chick is a really sweet woman. I love her. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying anything bad against anybody, but why would you do that? That's just not even, unless it like that's you gotta really make that your shtick. You know what shtick means? Does anybody know what shtick means?
Of
You gotta make
course,
that your shtick, you know? It means your gig, your
of
right,
course.
your vibe, your thing.
Gigorama.
Yeah.
I
But
think
don't
right.
like most people can't do that. Number one, it's fucking really expensive. Number two, it's terribly bad for you. Number three, we can name a lot of other things about it. You know, just not good for anybody, right? So,
Whoops,
you
sorry
know,
guys. Somebody tried to come up and I missed it. Sorry about that. Whoever tried to come up, guys.
oh, come on, who is it? Here, let me
Somebody.
get up. Can somebody else come off if I get off? Are we on YouTube?
No, no. Somebody. I saw somebody was trying to come up and I didn't look because I was in thought and I was talking. So I was like, I'll get back to it, and then I forgot to get back to it. I seen that video yesterday. The reason that chick quit losing weight because people weren't watching. But that's sad because people weren't watching her, and she wasn't making so much money anymore. But that's sad that she's compromising a better future for herself. You know what I mean? Um, so she's basically has fallen back down this rabbit hole
Yeah,
because
you're right. Yeah, the money. It's the money, honey.
and that's sad. Yeah, like competition eating versus just gluttony. Yeah, um,
Mm-hmm.
I think that's where I've been, guys, because that's something I struggle with. Like I said, gluttony is something that I have struggled with because I've seen my dad as well. I've always been that person. Why have one donut when you can eat six or seven? Like,
Oh, really? Jeez.
you
See,
know,
here's something I want to talk to you about because here's something maybe that we could talk about that I don't struggle with. I have never struggled with gluttony over food, but I've struggled with gluttony over many other things. So, what do you think that stems from? Is that from like, did you have enough to eat when you were a kid, or did you just go to food for comfort? Or, is it, like what makes you do that? I've always wondered that too. Like,
that some things also are kind of inherited to you. Like, um, I don't know, strangely, I think that. But growing up, when I lived with my dad, food was scarce. And when I see it was scarce, it was scarce.
right.
Many, I've said many times, my stepmother had a gambling problem. And as soon as my dad was a janitor, he didn't get any money at all. But as soon as my dad got his paycheck home, he signed it over to her. My dad never saw a cent of his own money. And
Mm-hmm.
many times living with her, everything was watered down. So a juice that should have 2 cups of water, she's added 6. Um, Anything that could be stretched. I remember being 15 years old, and I had a friend of mine. She was visiting me from another town, and we actually had to go out to a restaurant because there was zero food in the house. So I don't know if that's where it comes from, but also my dad, I would see him gorging himself in, if there was 12 donuts, my dad would eat probably majority of them, right?
Right.
So I think probably it's based on growing up not having much. It's probably habits I've seen from my dad, and it's also maybe a little bit hereditary,
Mm, hereditary. Yes, you're right. Hereditary.
in
Yes.
me, because my dad is a big guy. All my uncles, my brother, he's like a huge guy. He's probably 400 pounds, right? So, and I'm not supposed to be even the weight I am. I've done this to myself, right? All the weight that I have gained over the years. Hello, Bert. How are you? Thank you for coming, Bert.
Hey,
Health,
Bert.
yes, absolutely. Health is priceless. Thank you for coming, Bert. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
It's hard to well, when we want to talk about addictions and all different kinds, right? If you want to talk about food and alcohol and all the bad things in the world we could do to ourselves, correct? That's a hard thing for all of us to go through, and especially when we're going through mental health issues, right?
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, like, I know that people don't like to talk about this and it sounds weird or whatever, but I don't mind talking about it. It doesn't bother me because we all have them.
Yeah.
We all have our own problems, and we all have our own issues, and it could be, we could, yeah, we a lot of
Also,
times, yeah.
but also, even having said that, I think a lot of times people, they do this thing where they compare. Well, your problem isn't as big as my problem, and I think that right there,
No, that's not true.
because
That's not true.
because
Yeah,
maybe you could have what appears to someone to be a small problem, but maybe that's not how that person is dealing with it. Maybe to them
absolutely.
and so many people are just so quick to judge someone, but they
Right.
don't ever stop and say, well, what's the backstory here? Or why is this person this way? Or why is, nobody is asking the questions, the tough, honest questions, right?
You know what, Mikey? You know what I find funny? That most people don't ask the back questions because they don't want to know. But they want you to go to a counselor who knows nothing about you
Hello,
and ask,
Jane.
oh, Jane, yay, Jane.
Hey,
Jane can give us some perspective on this too. Jane understands. I was
well,
right in mid
addiction, yeah.
sentence of that. Hold on, let me finish my thing. A lot of people think you should just go to somebody who doesn't know you to talk about your problems, but sometimes that doesn't work. You
Yeah,
can't just go to somebody who doesn't know you and expect them to fix you, right? So sometimes it's like you need to talk to people who get to know you or have similar experiences, which I feel is the most beneficial to me, anyways. That's how I see it, right? Okay, I'm going to shut up now. Hey, Jane.
Hey,
Hey.
you talking about, I'll be a little vulnerable, very vulnerable. Food
Mhm.
addictions,
mm,
Yeah.
food problems, all comes back to abuse and things like that, childhood trauma, all that,
Mhm. Yeah.
You know, Robin, you were wondering how people can have that and
Yeah. It
end up
comes
end up
from
that
your
way.
past. Yes.
You know, you grow up in a house that's maybe full of a lot of abuse, but
Hmm.
maybe the only thing your mom's really good at was cooking, and that might have been
Cooking.
like
Or you, right.
the only
Exactly.
love you felt, that was love, like that
Hmm.
one meal at the end of the day. Maybe that's the only meal you got, so that was like the only love you ever received. So like
Hmm.
food became
Your
your thing,
your
you know what I
love,
mean?
your love, your what you held on to, right? What
Well, it was
your good feeling, right? Was
it's
maybe
also
food.
your demon at the
Yeah.
same time, because you know,
Right.
for me anyhow, it led into a lot of years of bulimia, anorexia. It's just always been
I'm so
that
sorry.
demon.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a hard thing to explain to people, but like to this day, that's why I don't watch mukbangs. I can't. I would never promote that. It's just so unhealthy. It's something I will fight forever. You know what I mean? Like I know people might fight drugs and alcohol and whatever else, but like I don't discuss it. But I fight that every single day. And like someone who's addicted to food, you've got to eat. You have to eat every day, so you face it. Three
Yeah.
meals a day, or every day you face it, and that's like, you think about it constantly and you fight it, and and it's tied to self-image. Food is tied to self-image all the
I
time.
do.
So you never think you're pretty enough, you never think you're good enough, you never.
Oh,
It's with you
oh,
every second of every day. So
Yep. Absolutely.
you can't explain to someone, Robin, it's a good thing you will never know that, never understand that.
I, I can I ask you something though, Jane?
Yeah.
How did you find like the mukbang channels like Becca or that? I don't mean to. I'm not trying to like drop names here, but if we're
Oh,
gonna talk about like how did we find those channels that we both found? Was that because of your food addiction or was it
no. I just happened to start
how?
watching YouTube like randomly. I saw this lady who was cooking. She was an older woman, and she was just like making recipes, and she was like the sweetest woman. She was like
Mm-hmm.
grandma, and
Yeah.
I was just started watching her right before COVID. It was like starting. And
Mm-hmm.
it's the only channel I was watching. Then my daughter, she's like 19 years old, 18 years old at the time.
Right.
She was like, "Hey mom, you should watch
Oh,
this
yeah.
guy." She's like, "He actually pooped his pants, and he does this and he does that." It was Nick Ocado, right? And I was like,
It was
"What are
Nick
you talking
Ocado.
about?"
Oh, sure.
I was like,
Yeah.
"He doesn't do that on YouTube." She's like, "No, no, no, seriously." So she like sent me to watch, and I was like, "Oh my god, what is that?" And then that set me to like Foodie Beauty, and I'm like, "Well, who's this chick?"
Yes. Right. Right.
And then
Right. It
and
sent you
then
into
that's it.
a whole world of craziness, right?
Yeah,
Oh
well
yeah.
then I'd started watching just for like because it was such a train wreck. I was like, what is this stuff? And then I found other channels. Like all the other channels I watch have nothing to do with food or anything. Like whatever. And then I don't even know why. I don't even know how that led me anywhere else. Like because all the other channels have nothing to do. I watch like Alaska lifestyle channels. I watch all this other stuff, but
Yeah. I
I
think
don't
the
know, but
mukbang.
that's why I get so upset about mukbangs, Robin. You know that because I've always told you. I'm like, no, I don't want. You guys would be like, you got to go watch this mukbang channel, and I would get really mad. I'd be like, no, no, because that's like my demon.
Yeah, that's fair. Um, However, I do want to say as well that there are a lot of channels out there that are just having one meal that aren't, I can think of a few that I watch, Renee, Angela Eats, many people I watch that they are only having just a normal plate of food, right? Um,
Yeah,
so I do respect that those people are still doing, because I guess there's different ways we can look at what a mukbang is, but essentially, just it's just having a meal with somebody, really, at the end of the day. But it just got blown out of proportion, literally. Um, because people wanted to get all these views by consuming all this gross amounts of food that no person should ever
Yeah.
be, right?
Yeah, that's the difference. I mean, I can watch someone and like if they're talking, interacting with people while they're eating a meal, that's perfectly cool. But like what Nick Ocado did, and you know, I just can't believe that that could be promoted, right? Like,
Yeah,
how can you
well,
even promote that? That's kind of like Eugenia Cooney. At the same time, you can't promote that. Okay, I was anorexic. I ended up in the hospital. Like, you can't promote that either because that's tied in the same way. Any eating disorders, stop promoting that. There's too much of that in society. Like, if you want to sit down and eat a meal with someone and talk, that's great. That's wonderful. But wow.
but
Yeah,
yeah,
no, I get it. I get both of you on both sides of that. Yes.
I watched the one, because I still am a little bit curious and nosy about the whole Nick thing. And when I saw that video yesterday, I think it was yesterday or the day before, with him with Hungry Fat Chick, and
Yeah.
I felt
I
disgusted.
see it too. Yeah.
I felt so disgusted. I was like, why do you guys have like 20 burgers? And the video, and
It
they
was
had
too much.
eaten like a quarter of it. I'm like, why don't you
I
pretend
mean,
not?
I guess that's the sad part about human society, that they love to suck in the indulgence of the over the top. I mean, yeah, that's where mukbang and shit like that does not. That doesn't. I don't like that. Right? That's not. I never thought that. I never liked that. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's overindulging where that, like, Mikey, you've said this a million times. There's a guy sleeping down on the street corner who
yeah,
doesn't have a meal to eat.
yeah, exactly.
I could never consume that amount of food and, number one, feel good about myself or feel good about the fact that I spent that much money and didn't feed somebody who was starving that day. Sorry, that's just not me. That my vibe is like everybody should. That's just fucking weird. I don't know. It is weird. That's too
Yeah.
much. That's too much. That's
It
sad.
is too much. It is too much. And how can you be proud of yourself? How can you look
You
at yourself and
can't.
think
That's
that
sad. I'm
you're
sorry. That's
healthy? How
uh-uh.
can you run your health in the ground that badly and that poorly and be okay with that for money? Like, no, no, no. Your health is way more important than that money.
Well, guys, they don't even eat that amount of food. Do you see how much they waste? Can you imagine how much food they waste?
Well, you saw
No.
You know how many fucking families you could feed with that amount of food? Like,
you
bro,
saw guys, the videos.
that's what kills me. That's what kills me. Like, you could feed 3 other fucking families with the amount of food that you just ate and eat good yourself, right? So why is that glorified, right? Why do we glorify that? It's weird. It's weird.
Yeah,
It's weird to me. Yeah. I'm not about it. I'm just saying the way I came into this was through what was called mukbangs, right? So, Jane, you and I understand that the only way I came into this was through I actually seen Becca as a mukbang channel. She's not really an overeater mukbang. She doesn't, but that's how I found it. And then everybody else came through that algorithm, right?
mm,
So that's how I found everybody who's here, right?
yeah,
Yeah, probably recommended, right? From
Yeah.
YouTube.
It's not because I like people to watch people overeat, or I'm not even into any of that shit.
yeah,
Yeah, it's not my gig, but that's kind of where it takes you, right? If you go to mukbangs, I've seen a lot of people overeat, but I also like cooking channels. I like people who show me recipes and stuff like
Yeah.
that. So it kind of comes in that same thing too, right?
Well, I get that, but for me, it's like I've been what now a year and a half trying to like get healthy and diet and be very conscious of everything I eat and get healthier. So for me to go to a true mukbang channel, that would be like a drug addict gone
Mm.
to watch someone doing drugs, right? So to me,
Does it
it
bother
triggers me.
Jane, does it bother you to watch them eat junk food?
Well, it bothers me that it doesn't bother them when they're eating the massive quantities. It doesn't bother me if someone's just eating a meal. You know, they
Yeah.
come on eating a meal. But it bothers me when they eat massive amounts and they're obviously like very, very unhealthy
Mm-hmm.
and it doesn't bother them to be that way. Then
Right.
that hurts me. It hurts me because I know what's coming in the future for them. I know what kind of
Does it
things are going
make
to.
I'm going to ask you some hard questions. Like, I ask you a hard question. Watching people
Robin's
eat too much
question.
junk food. Yeah, questions with Robin here.
Mhm.
When you watch people overeat like junk food, does it make you crave it?
No, no, I've never been really one for sweets and junk food because we were not allowed to have that as kids, you know. We weren't. There was a lot of stuff with food that was a problem. Like most days, I don't know, I only told one person this lately, but most days like for school, you know, we kind of lived in a more affluent neighborhood. My dad had a good job but my mom would not put out. There was four of us kids and only my youngest brother, she would put out lunch money for him but no one else because
Oh,
she was cruel that way. So most days I didn't get lunch, and then when we would get home, if we would open the refrigerator, we got yelled at and we would have to wait for dinner. So like dinner was a huge deal, you know. There was just always like
Yeah.
there was always something with food, and then food was always
Always
used
something
either.
based around food. Right.
Yeah, it was a weapon. It was used as a weapon or
That's
as
not
like
right. That's not cool.
as the only
Mm-mm.
love. So it was always some kind of manipulation. So when I see people online, it's still manipulation in my mind. So it's really hard to
Right.
explain it, but it's a
No,
trigger
I
for
get
me,
it.
obviously. You know, it's one of my
Yeah.
triggers and it'll trigger a lot of emotions. So I do have to pull away sometimes. I'm just like, oh no, no. I don't care if I'm 55 years old. I go back to like, and I've had counseling for it, but like I go back to being like that 10-year-old,
We
you
all
know. So
do
I'm
go
like,
back to
okay,
that kid in
10-year-old
ourselves.
Jane, yeah, 10-year-old
Hmm.
Jane is gonna change the channel, right? I'm gonna like turn it off because sometimes you got to do that.
Hmm.
yes, absolutely.
Jane,
I
Jane, I
agree.
love you. Oh,
Come on,
I so
getting
fucking
real.
get
I
it.
just want you. Yeah, I just want you to kind of. You won't get it, and I'm glad you don't have to get it. I
No,
don't
I get
want
it in a
anyone
different
to.
way. I totally get it, dude. I do get it. I just didn't have my let's say I didn't have my food restricted, but I did. I did. Don't
Yeah.
get me wrong. My food was you know, it's not like we were rich, you know. So we ate all the same things and I just was never here's the difference. Um if I was hungry, my father gave me food, right?
Yeah.
I didn't have my mother. It was just me and my dad, really, and my brother. So I if I was hungry, my dad fed me, but I also didn't food wasn't like held against me or anything, right? So yeah, you know, I totally get that um that aspect of it, that if that was put in there, and in my anxiety I was like, hey, I want this, that, and the other, you know, and I didn't get it. I could see how that would develop a certain type of thing. I guess there was just different things that happened in my life that were restricted. Food wasn't one, right? So I can imagine though if that was, and it's not that. I'm just gonna shut up now. I feel like I'm talking too much. I'm just gonna shut up
No,
now. I'm sorry. I don't mean to
no,
talk too much.
I mean, we all make it through our childhood, right? We all made it through. So,
Yeah, I
there's just
can't.
a lot
I
of
can't.
things
Yeah, yeah,
we never know what anyone went through. Okay, like some of us out here actually went through some really, really bad stuff, and we might be barely hanging together by a whole bunch of
yeah,
threads that are
yeah.
pretty worn. So, like,
Exactly.
okay,
Exactly.
I'm a hot mess express. We're all a hot mess express, and I can
So
admit when
am
I'm
I.
wrong, and
Hey,
I don't
Don't
mean to
feel
be that
alone.
way.
I
I'm
don't want
working on it.
anybody to ever feel alone. That's my thing. I think sometimes we all feel too alone.
I think
We
it's
don't
okay.
understand that everybody's going through this shit in a different way, shape, or form, right? It might not be the same way, but right?
Yeah,
Exactly. You
we
can be a mess, but I think it's being. I always talk about. It's about being transparent with yourself, right? That's the bottom line. Is
Mhm.
that, and there's nothing wrong that you're a hot mess, but it's okay to talk about it, and it's
Yeah,
okay to share, and because you never know, might help somebody else to talk about it. It might
exactly.
be you to talk about it, right? Um,
Exactly.
because I mean, I'm a hot mess too right now, but you know what? It's every day I'm getting better, right? Every single day we can work towards becoming better people for ourselves, not for anyone else, but for ourselves. That's the most important thing is taking care and loving ourselves, and that is the most difficult thing.
It is.
That's it. That's
I.
the hard thing.
It is.
That's the hardest part,
Amen.
especially when like you go from, you leave your family home when you're barely holding it together there, right? And then you go straight to adulthood, which is like craziness right off the bat.
Right.
And then for me, I know I got married right away, and then I wanted to have kids right
Yes.
away. So I got pregnant within 3 months of marriage. And then Robin,
Wow.
once you have a kid, you're no longer
Mhm.
yourself.
You
You're
are
just
no
mama.
longer yourself. You are just mama.
You
You
dev-
lose yourself
you develop,
completely.
yeah, you devote your
It's
whole
so
life to
hard.
raising your children.
Yeah.
So so
It's
I'm just now learning like who I am. My kids are
yeah.
finally grown, so it's like now I get to swing back around and be like, oh no, now who am I? I got
But
to
then
try to
you've
be me
lost
again.
yourself so much that you're like, who the fuck am I? Right? Because
Yeah, yeah.
you've lost yourself so much in that you and everybody else, and you're such a good Jane. I will say this about Jane. Jane is such a good woman. She will literally put everybody else ahead of her. And I found that I've done that for myself. And I think, Mikey, you do that too sometimes. Well, maybe not in a different type of way. I feel like, Mike, you're very sensitive. Uh, I get that. I think me and Jane both get that because we're moms. But when you become a mom, though, it's like all about your kids, right? It's all about your kids. And all you can think about is your kids. And you
Let's
literally lose yourself.
I
And
just
then,
that also we have to remember that not for all mothers are they about their kids. So I respect
I
that you got
know,
your
I
kids,
know,
but not everyone is loved by their mother. Not
I
everyone is
know.
mother. Um,
Yeah.
so we have to remember too that um, just
Jane
because
could talk to you a little bit more about that too, about that.
Oh
But
yeah. Oh yeah.
that's not my story, that's hers. About the
Oh yeah.
moms not being really there for you. Yeah.
Yeah, I could give you some horror stories, but like that, that shaped me, okay, to be a good mother
Mm,
and to be a good person. And I won't talk about that kind of stuff because
yeah.
I just claim that it made me who I am, okay? And I'm very thankful for every really horrible, horrible thing I had to endure because I wouldn't be such a good person if I didn't
Mm,
endure all that stuff. And I'm very thankful for all of it. And I'm not gonna like be a victim. I won't say that ever. I'll just say that like thank you and The day she
Yeah.
was dying, I just decided, um, I was going to head to the hospital and I was going to hold her hand for the first time, the hand that did nothing ever but hit me, never once touched me as in a hug or anything else. And I held her hand for 8 hours straight until she took her last breath. And I just thought, well, I'm going to do my part as a daughter, no matter what. And
Speaking truth.
that was
I
part of like forgiveness, right?
think
Yes.
really for that because I honestly, I am faced with a situation where I know that my dad and my mom, I haven't seen them in years and stuff, and I know the likelihood that I'm probably not going to go there. I'm not saying, so I do respect you that you could be the bigger person and do that. For myself, I don't think I can be because I feel like I don't owe anything to them, right? Um,
No, I didn't know it either, T, but here's what I'm telling you. If you do that, here's what you need to know about forgiveness. It's for you. That forgiveness
Mhm.
is going to be for you more than you'll ever realize.
yeah,
Like,
that's
True.
true.
it's going to free you. Okay.
Yeah,
It's going to free you.
Yeah.
yeah, that's true.
It does.
Guys, I just
Mikey,
want you to
that's true.
know as well that I am reading your comments, so don't think that I'm not reading them. I keep putting them up on the screen as well, so I just want to let people be aware of that as well, that I'm not ignoring you.
Even if you don't ever interact, okay? Even if you just in your mind, you go to that place and you give that forgiveness and you just somehow make sure that you fully give that forgiveness, that will free you up. And I know, I see how much you have the same issues that I had in my mind and how much that troubles you. And trust me,
Mhm.
I
Yeah,
see how it affects you, right? So like, you understand how much that is going to like free your mind and going to help your heart and your mind. Okay.
yeah, absolutely.
That forgiveness will be for you, and that's something
Yeah.
missing in you.
She's right. She is right.
It,
It's only okay. I'm gonna say this. Only when T experiences it will he understand how he feels about it, because you really honestly have to go through it, I think, in order to come to terms with the feelings that you're going to have your whole life after your parents die, right?
Yeah.
So you really don't, like, unfortunately you don't really understand it until it happens. And
Yeah.
yeah,
then unfortunately it's too late, right? So it's like, fuck, it's a double-edged sword, you know, of how you feel about, what they did, how they raised you, the things they let happen, the things you never talked about, the things you always kept quiet, that you didn't really talk about, and
I think
you know,
for
yeah.
myself, I think beyond my dad and my mom, the part that really kind of has upset me is my sister, guys. Is the fact that she doesn't even know still that I haven't been drinking. I've been going through a lot of changes, and that makes me really sad that people like you guys on here care more about my well being. And that's what I struggle with all the time. And because I haven't been speaking to my sister now because she's not someone I can talk to because, she thinks that life is sunshine and rainbows, as I always say. And for it, I thought that, but it just seems like she's so self absorbed with herself. And it seems like nobody is allowed to have problems. But why is it that people on YouTube care more about me than somebody that should be there for me? You know what I mean? And
Well, because
Jane
as a
Jane Cleveland
family,
did this. Yeah.
Well, if you grow up in a dysfunctional family,
Yeah.
like my friends were always my family. My family was always the issue, right? It was always
Yep.
that issue. Like I had a mother who liked all of her children to be at war with each other all the time. Okay. Um, my siblings died too, except I have one brother left. I never see him. We rarely ever talk. We get along. We just never were close, so we don't ever talk. You know what I mean? Like, don't have my parents. I don't have any aunts and uncles left. Don't have grandparents. Everybody's dead. Like, so like
Yep.
I can't worry about who I don't have anymore. And
Yeah.
if I sit around and really think about the circumstances of the deaths and everything, it's way too much a burden to bear. Okay. I could barely hold on to life. All right. So like, here's the thing. If you don't forgive and if you don't just let go, it's like a killer bee inside of your body. And all it does is sting you over and over and over. And you know what? It's not hurting them. It's
Yeah.
hurting you. It's going to keep hurting you until you get rid of that, until you forgive and you don't worry about anything that happened in your childhood, because you just say, it was all wrong. I didn't deserve it, but like I deserve the rest of my life to go well. And I'm the only one that has power over that, because you
Mhm.
do. You have power
True.
in your mind to say, I was treated wrong, but I can treat myself right from here on out. And that will bring positivity from other people into my life. And good things will start to happen. Okay. And
Absolutely.
you're going to like, I'm going to be a light for other people. I want people to see me as being positive and kind, and they'll be attracted to you and they'll want to be around you, and they'll, you know what I mean? Like you
Agree.
got to change all your thinking.
I agree absolutely. And I have been told by Robin that as far as other people, I'm not sure. I haven't really got a whole lot of feedback from people, but is the fact that people can already see changes in me, and I can already feel them within me. I can
Yeah.
already that
Yes.
I'm thinking with a clear head, and I'm not just jumping to conclusions or getting upset so easily, or so I can definitely already feel, and that was my goal always from day one was okay, especially with the alcohol. It's okay. Let's continue and let's see how we do tomorrow, and let me see how I feel another day. And I can tell you, I haven't thought about alcohol. I think I might have thought about it once, maybe twice, and that was in the first couple of weeks. But however, I have been struggling more with the marijuana because lately I'm like, oh, I just would love a little puff, you know?
Well, I don't know how long it takes like marijuana to get out of your system, but I know it takes
Yeah.
20 weeks for alcohol. 20 weeks is what it takes for alcohol to like exit your body fully and for your body to recover from that. So I'm assuming there's a good while it takes. You
Mhm.
might want to Google that one, see how long. So,
Mhm.
um, I mean, you're doing excellent to go cold turkey on both of them. Like
Mhm.
that's a
It,
huge, huge thing.
I don't
Super
know.
proud of you, man.
Something just happened one day. I don't know. I can't exactly pinpoint it. I know what happened. Um, I sat there and I took a real long, hard look. And the feelings that I was having was I can't go live unless I have something to drink.
I remember when you were saying that. Yeah, it was crazy.
How I felt. And I thought,
Mhm.
okay, I got to change something or I don't know what to do. But the fact that I was saying that, I was like, I have a problem, but I've been so many years just not you know, ultimately that's, what happened with my ex-husband. We were always fighting about these types of things, alcohol and drugs. It was always, that was the center point of our fights, was always that, right? And I just thought, wow, if I can't come on and just sit here and talk to people
Yeah.
without having a drink, something is not okay. And that's when I kind of just took a step back and I said, I'm gonna try to stop.
And you did. And you did, though. And you did. Can we please applaud for that? Like, you did. Come
Yeah,
on, man.
that's crazy hard to do.
No, and I'm so proud of you. Don't forget that. Like, you did. You did it. You done it. You've been doing it. Come on now. You've been doing
Yeah.
it.
I
No,
mean, that's
I
a
know that
huge thing.
it's
Like,
fucking a wicked huge thing. It's so huge. You don't even give yourself enough credit for it. I know you're going through more shit, and it's just the next step, mama.
I think that, guys, if I'm being honest, I think that with the no alcohol and stuff, it's really has. I think my brain was very fogged before. I guess
Mm-hmm.
the best way to explain it is that I was never giving myself time to really see how I felt and
Mm-hmm.
how maybe I might think about something or how, how I might feel. And since I haven't been doing that, I've actually think deeply every day about past relationships, and I'm thinking about those things and thinking, okay, well, why didn't that work, and why did we push this person away? And before I wasn't thinking about those things. I'd just be like, whatever, fuck off, right? Like, go fuck yourself.
Mm-hmm.
That was
Mm-hmm.
kind of my attitude before. And now I just, I don't want to wish anyone ill. I don't, regardless if I have an enemy. I just want to be a better person, is the bottom line. The person that I know is inside of me.
Yeah.
And have I done bad things? And can that devil creep in? Yes, he can. It
Right.
has happened so many times to me where I made a lot of poor decisions because I didn't stop and think rationally,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
oh yeah. Yeah, it's easy to do, but progress is progress, whether it's slow or not. And,
Yeah.
it's something nobody goes from A to Z without everything in
Right.
between.
Sure.
I know it's going to still continue to be a challenge, but I'm really, the thing I will tell you guys is that I'm most looking forward to is I look forward to, even maybe I'm hoping in a couple of months, to be back on track and back making, starting to maybe see some funds in the savings and starting to see, a little progress. Maybe I've lost more weight, or, I still have, but I knew that from day one. Like I said, I knew from day one everything wasn't going to turn around in a week or two. It's still not. Whatever I want to accomplish, it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take
Nope.
time on. It's going to take time to build on that, and what I need more than ever right now in my life. Did I hear that damn mouse? Is
Did you
positivity.
get the mouse? Not yet.
What I need is positivity, right? I can't have people coming into my life, trying to be negative with me. And I think there has been a lot of people from my past that have brought me a lot of negativity. And I'm not I'm not gonna allow that anymore, guys. I refuse to let anyone try to have any type of power over me.
Brother, amen. I won't do it in my life either.
So
I think Jane would say the same. You don't want to
Yeah.
let anybody come into your life that was negative in
yeah,
any way, shape, or form.
But know this also. Like, I don't know if I'm a big believer in God, right? You know that, T,
I
because I
know.
used to talk to you about my beliefs. But it is a fact that, and I believe this, that when you're your strongest in your faith and you're doing your best, is when you will fall under attack of Satan, and he will try to
True
thwart
that.
you. Okay,
True.
so that's a good sign too. When you feel like you're under attack, that's usually when you're doing your best. So
yeah,
Yes, true. That is
you'll
true. She
you'll
has
notice that.
she has a point. Did you get her point there, T? Because that is a true thing. When
Hey,
you're
Liddy.
doing your best, when you feel like you're doing your best, is when the Satan will attack you the most. So
I feel like it's still a very hard subject for me, that whole thing, because
I know,
I,
because you don't, because he's not religious in the same
I
way as
know.
us. Being. So, like,
it,
for
it's one
us
of the,
to explain this, I don't really try to go into this with him, but it's
I
so
know.
fucking true. I know exactly what you're saying, though.
one of those things, guys, that I'll never stop struggling with it, because it's more about me just finding my footing. I'm really the type of person that when there's 101 religions, and I will say this
Oh,
again and
no,
again,
I totally get what you're saying, too. I am very much on that side of that, too.
I don't
I don't
see
believe that you can call everything in the whole world. People can call God in many ways God, and have very many like beliefs and really hardcore beliefs of calling these people all these different names. I just always called it what I did, right? I can't put down anybody else who calls theirs, right? If they still believe the same belief that I do, that there's a higher power. I've always thought there's just a higher power.
and I feel a little bit silly because I have been. So, guys, obviously everybody knows that I found. Why am I getting emotional?
Don't cry on me. Don't
I
cry on me. Come on.
that when I started believing again, and I started, going
Mhm.
into temples and going to places, it made me feel something. It made me feel something that I hadn't felt. And I used to go to church on my own accord, and I used to, and I would say every day a little prayer like thank you. Just that's it. Like thank you. Take the second 30 seconds and put my hands together in front of the Buddha and just
Mhm.
say thank you for being alive today. And lately I have been praying a little bit more, but it still
You
feels very
have been
foreign
a
to
lot
me
more.
because it feels like I'm just talking to myself, I guess is what it feels.
No. Mhm.
Um, it feels hard sometimes to just believe in this mythical being. You know what I mean?
It's not a mythical being, Mikey. It's a fucking creator. You didn't come from nowhere, brother. We didn't come from just out of the fucking ground universe. We didn't, I mean, come on now. Think about this. We didn't just pop up from fucking dirt. Um,
So,
so,
so
so
kind of,
I don't give a crap
I,
who you pray to, but pray. Praying is good, man. It is very good for you. I don't give a crap who you pray to, but you need to know you have a creator. And I
the
don't care who you pray to, but you
I
need to
know
know somebody created you, right?
years ago I went to church. I was about how old was I? It was about 20. How old was I? Maybe 24 or 25. And I went to this gospel church, and actually, what I took away was very interesting. And what he was talking about in the sermon is kind of what I don't know. I know this is going to sound really crazy to say this, but how I felt from his uh, talking is that we are God, and I don't never looked at it as so much as a higher being that each person we can be God in ourselves. We are the God. We are the in. I don't know. It was just a weird connection that I took from his sermon that it made me think. You know, maybe God. Maybe I am God. I'm not trying to sound that to be like I'm a god or whatever.
Well, that sounds weird, Mama.
I just felt like say that I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but I just felt like you know we we could potentially be the one. I don't know. I don't know. It sounds weird.
Listen,
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
we all are okay. I know it does sound weird, but we all are just creations of we all are human, right? And
I
we're
mean,
all beautiful and special in our own ways. Listen, No joke. And we are created from a creator. There's no doubt in my mind that we have a creator. I mean, people can call it any different types of ways around the world. You can call it this, that, the other. I have my own things I like to think of my God and stuff, but that doesn't mean I'm right, right? So I understand that everybody has their own way of calling it, but I will say you are here because a creator formed you. Okay. You are not here because you created yourself.
Yeah,
Okay.
my mom and dad, they're the creators.
Well, they were the ones who could. Oh my God.
See, go try out some churches.
funny.
Try them out till you find the one that you
Yeah.
really feel comfortable with, right?
That's funny.
That's what I did.
I
So funny.
in any type of I believe in the teachings of Buddha, and that to me is my God. That is what
Mhm,
everything from the readings, it connects with me. So
mhm.
I really see myself going to, you know, a Catholic church or whatever type of church. Well, I respect that, but for me, I'm just more lenient on this Buddha that seems to make more sense in the teachings to me of life. When I read about Buddha, I always think
Mhm.
so true. That is, you know, that's so true. I feel that. I feel that's a good teaching of life, right? And so,
Okay, T, because I've also studied Buddha. Give me one of your favorite teachings from Buddha.
oh God, I'm not big into it. I would have to. Where's my book? Where's my book?
Get, get your book
Is
out.
this Hinduism? Are we talking
No,
Hinduism?
No,
Buddhism.
Buddhism.
Buddhism?
I'll just
Hmm.
give you a little bit of an example. Um, like for example, it starts off with love for all beings. It's about accepting the things too. We're all going to die. We're all going to get sick. We're all going to have illnesses,
Oh,
and it's
so huh.
I think to accepting things in our lives, hardships or whatever, but it's just more about the respect of, everything in life, the grass, the you know, don't
Yes, Buddhism. Yeah, Buddhism is about respecting everything in the world, all of
right?
the nature and creation of God. Yes,
And
or
I'm not
Buddha,
I
whatever.
learn on it and I still want to learn more, but I'm always very fascinated because I never got that from going to church and I went to a lot of churches growing up and stuff, and I never really felt connected. I always felt that I was still alone, and that
Hmm.
you know there wasn't somebody,
Why
God.
did you feel like you were alone when you went to church with your family?
I didn't go with my family. I went on my own accord.
Oh,
My
okay.
family, Robin, never went to church. My dad didn't go to church. My mom didn't go to church. My stepmom. I went
Okay.
of my own accord. I always went because I don't know. I must have believed something at that time.
Right.
Um, but nobody ever held my hand. Nobody in my family was, you know, overly religious or anything like that.
Right.
Um,
Right.
So everything I've done mostly in my life has been, what I've chose to do, right?
Right.
Nobody forced me to ever go. Plus, I think at that time when I was young, my sister, it was a way to be close with my sister. My
Right.
sister used to go to the Salvation Army, and that was another one of the reasons why I had joined, because I got to spend some time with my sister more as well, right?
Yeah, right.
I mean,
But
I can respect other religions. I mean, I think the only problem we get is if we become more full of ourself.
yeah,
That's the problem because I don't know. I think that's a problem to be more full of ourself than we are
Mhm.
our creator, or y- I don't know, causes problems because we as humans, we don't have the answers.
Right.
It takes a higher power, or it takes God completely to be in charge of my life. I can't. I've never done anything on my own. I've never been successful. It's a miracle I've made it through life in a lot of things. So that's what I've turned to. So if we rely on ourselves, I think we're consistently going to fail. So I think
Yeah.
whatever religion anyone wants to be, just make sure it's not a self-filled religion where it's like, yes,
Harmful to others, because there are religions out there, that are harmful against maybe gay people or trans people, or they're, maybe, there are religions out there that aren't accepting of
That's
things.
not, Mikey. I want to say this right now for anybody who's listening, including you. Any religion that comes against somebody who has a different like you, I don't know how to say it. I'm not going to really, you know what I mean, but if you're going to be like discriminatory against blacks, gays, anybody,
Yeah.
that's not really religion. That's more tyranny. And I would never subscribe to that kind of religion. The God that I know loves everybody, okay? The God that I know created everybody to be the way that they should be. But we all need to be responsible for ourselves. I will say that. That is something that I think a lot of people fail to do, is that they
Mhm.
fail to be responsible for themselves and their own actions. And
Yeah.
you can call your God anything you want. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care about your color, your God, the way you call it. But you better be a good fucking person. Period. You better be a good fucking person to everybody around you, because everybody around you is going through the same motherfucking shit that you're going through, right? I mean, maybe not the same, but
Hmm.
we're all going through shit, right? Every
now
one of us.
I quit going to church for this reason here, and I don't like
Yeah,
talking
same.
religion, but
I
it
know,
was a
me
church.
too.
It was a church of God, okay, just a regular church of God, and I wasn't comfortable there. It was one of the stuffy pews. A
Hmm.
lot of elderly people didn't like that I wore
Yeah,
jeans.
not my vibe.
I
Right.
don't wear dresses. I don't dress up. My family didn't have that kind of money. My husband, I was lucky to get him there in jeans and a decent shirt. My kids
Hmm.
were gone into the Bible school, and like, just be happy we were going. I didn't want to be judged when I got there, right? So, they were just so stuffy, and they were the type, yes, the church believed gays, it was a sin to be gay, blah blah blah. But
Yeah.
what I kept arguing with our older Bible study people my age. I said, what does Jesus actually say? The greatest of these is love, guys. Love. And they were like, "Oh, you need to tell people their sins, blah blah blah." And I said, "No, you
Mm.
need to get them here. You need to get them here with love, right?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
eventually quit going there, and I just found another place until I found one that was like non-denominational. They didn't care what denomination you were in. It was mainly you go. They loved everyone. They sang songs, and like, nobody was judged. It was about the Bible, and I was very comfortable.
Mhm.
And we sat in comfy chairs, and it was a lot of music and a band, and it was just so
No
different.
judgment. Here's my big thing. No judgment. I don't want judgment on people.
Yeah.
People
I
will
really
judge. That's the
freaking hate
nature
it.
of people.
It,
That's the
it is
nature
the
of
nature
people.
of people. You're right, Jane. You're absolutely right. The
But
nature
that's
of
not
people is
God's
to judge.
words. That's not
I
what
know it's
Jesus
not.
said
It
and
is
God
not.
said. Okay.
That's
That's
right.
religion. Religion is about the people in the church.
Mm-mm.
You can be close to God, like what I feel I'm close to,
Mhm.
Jesus is my savior, whatever. But I don't go to church because that's where people are. That's the politics. That's the problems.
Mhm. It
Okay.
is. It is.
What
The
I
judgment
have
is there.
between my God is between he and I, you know.
Exactly.
That's not
Amen.
the people at that church that talk about me behind my back, right? I don't want a part of
Right.
that.
Right.
Yeah, sure.
And if they were to talk about somebody like Mikey, I would fucking be not cool with that. I'm sorry. Like, I know a lot of religion judges that too, and it's not cool. And I'm not down for it. Like, I just don't believe God judges people like that. I really don't. I
Well,
believe God
no.
judges us on our character. Okay, here's my thing. I believe everybody has a character. You have the right to be a shitty person or a good person. I believe God judges you on your personality and your character. Now, you want to be a real shit person? You want to be a real fucking shitty person to somebody? You really want to fuck their life up? You really want to do something bad to somebody? And a lot of people do that in the world. You want to do that? That is not good.
From though,
That's
where
that's bad.
where
Well, the,
that the devil has got a hold of that person, because I don't understand that. I just want to say this quickly, guys, real quickly. I'm not going to go into depth or anything like that, but I don't understand how people can hold such hate towards someone and torment people and go on and behave like this. I think to me that is troubling. I feel very certain these people need to wreak havoc in someone's life. Is it because they're unhappy in their own life? Is it
Yeah,
because um y-
usually, yes.
and
well,
those are the questions.
hate does not come from God. Okay,
No,
this
it
is all
doesn't.
sin. Like, okay, like this is all sin. We all sin. Here's the thing: these people think they're perfect, but like we all sin. Everybody sins, all right? And
Absolutely.
I'm not saying that's a pass, but like I believe when Jesus died on that cross, he died for our sins, okay? He died and suffered to save us because we're all sinners, okay? We're always going to sin, and I do ask for forgiveness because I sin daily, and I know that, right? So like those people don't even realize, they think they're just perfect and good, and but hate is awful. Why live with such
It's not
hate,
okay.
right?
No,
No, it's not. So
hate is not okay.
it's not. But forgiveness, Robin, we've talked about forgiveness a million times. Like,
Yeah. Oh,
we're
I
supposed to forgive like
know. Forgive. No,
unlimited amount.
forgive. Here's the thing about forgiveness. Okay, that I feel, and y'all might not agree with me, but forgiveness to me is like, I'll forgive you once, I'll forgive you twice, but I won't forgive forever. Because I do believe that forgiveness should be, you, I think at some point God tells you, don't fucking forgive people forever, right?
Yeah,
Because if they hurt you over and over and over again, you might not want to forgive them too long. That's somebody who God is saying, get out of your life. Get out of
yeah,
your life.
Well, he tells you both. He tells you, you forgive them. You are to
But
forgive,
you gotta
just
get
the same way he
rid
forgives
of
us.
people. You gotta get rid of
Right,
people that
right.
you
He,
feel
he doesn't
constantly
say
have to
keep them.
forgive.
He doesn't say keep them around because they may be a bad influence or harming you. Okay. He wants you to get rid of
Yeah.
them, but he still
Yeah.
wants you to forgive them because,
Of
like I
course,
said, that's going to
always.
eat you
Right.
up. It's going to
No,
torture
yeah,
you if
let
you
it go.
don't
Let it
forgive
go,
them.
right? Let it go, right,
Yes.
Jane? Let it
Yes.
go. But
Yeah.
don't just
Don't be
continue
like,
to let
"Oh, I'm
that person
sorry.
in
Yeah,
your life.
let's go hang out tomorrow." No, sometimes
Yeah.
he knows that's harming your walk in life. Okay, so it's okay to
Mhm.
forgive and be like, "I forgive you." Yes, but like,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sorry. I'm not gonna. If I see you, I'm gonna be kind to you, but I can't be your friend anymore. That's sometimes you have to do that, right?
Uh-huh.
And it's okay. It's okay to do that. And you don't have to hate each other. You can just leave as
No,
like
you can just let it
acquaintances.
go. It's called let it
Yeah.
go.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
all in
there's
how
like
you want to
country
do it.
songs about that shit. Let it go, let it go. Oh, didn't even you know, the freaking Disney movie say, "Let it go, let it go." I mean,
Yeah,
honestly.
it's life for like Disney movies, right?
Yeah, I know. Fucking terrible, right? I'm just trying to make a joke. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to make a joke.
Heavy subject. Oh my
I know.
goodness.
I know it is.
Also,
Ooh,
bikes are coming.
Robin, pick a different topic. Whew.
Oh my girl.
Wow.
What's your favorite color of crayon? That's what my daughter would say. What's your favorite color of crayon?
I've always liked Periwinkle.
Periwinkle. Periwinkle's cool. Like nobody knows what periwinkle looks like though. I do.
I don't think they have it anymore. I think they retired Periwinkle.
I don't have a favorite color. I like all of them.
You like all of them?
Me too. I love color.
Yeah, you know what I always said? I never have a favorite color because I don't pick one. I like all of them.
I mean,
Yeah.
I would wear stuff like I'm drawn more to like blues and black colors to wear.
Yeah.
But like I could never see myself wearing like a bright yellow shirt, like or something
You
that's
would look really cute in a bright yellow orange freaking construction guy shirt. You would.
Oh my.
Yeah. No. Can you imagine?
No,
Trust
I
me.
wear
Putting down the
I wear
street
all black
with an
too.
orange. I think you'd look cute in it. Oh.
Like
I'm
safety green.
to do anything.
No, like the
Fluorescent?
orange. The orange one. Orange. Yeah.
I don't know. I see too much of that stuff.
I know. Mikey.
Yeah.
I love you. You all right? Are the
I'm all,
comments being cool? Is everybody okay? Is everybody okay?
I'm all right today, but I check in tomorrow and see.
Jane, how is Spaceman? Is he cool?
I haven't heard from him today.
Yeah, it's all about after Thanksgiving, so we're kind of
Just fine.
going through that.
What?
Yeah, I did the Black Friday shopping today.
No, you did not.
Oh yeah, I did.
Can I
Oh,
stupid? I always wondered this. They have Black Friday, but why don't they have White Monday?
I know, right?
I have
Right,
Cyber
Pete?
Monday.
Thank you. Thank you.
I feel like we need Monday.
I think we need White Monday. Mm-hmm. And I think it should be discounted 50%.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It just gets free. Why not?
I know. Jane, did you catch what he was saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's only Black Friday because all the businesses go back in the black when they're in the red and not making money. That's their biggest day of
Well,
the year
should
to make
we have a
money.
White Monday? I agree. I can't argue with them.
That's a subject I'm not going to touch.
I know you're not going to touch that one.
No.
You're not going to touch that one.
Nope.
Yeah, I know.
No, thanks, dude.
Hell no.
Oh, wow, it's 11 o'clock. It is about time to break forth the rhythm and the rhyme.
Yeah, it's probably soon time to go, but I wonder if my little mouse friend has either ran away and died or if he learned his lesson.
Oh,
Did you put peanut butter on those traps?
This little bugger, Jane,
this
has
little bugger.
yes, because usually they don't come out until like sometimes I'll accidentally see one, when maybe I'm on the sofa and things are quiet, right? There's no movement. This little bugger keeps coming out like near me, and then I freak out. He's like been so many times right at my feet, and I'm like, ah! And I freak out, and then it runs off. But this little fucker was out today at what time was it? Around 2 in the afternoon. I had put a trap underneath my along the baseboard in the kitchen, and I'm sitting here, and it goes off, and all I can hear is this mouse like whimpering. So I think he probably got hurt. I didn't see any blood or anything. I don't know, but after it went off, I heard him like kind of crying, and
Okay.
so I don't know if he got hurt, but he definitely tried
Probably.
food.
Probably. They love peanut butter, and he's probably living under your refrigerator or under your stove because that's where they love to live.
But I stuff out before. I think they're where I've seen them coming out is the radiators.
I know he's saying this to me, Jane, and I'm like, where are the radiators at?
The radiators are the heater, so they come through the heater, but they often are. I see them like behind my fridge. Well, I haven't seen it behind it, but I'm like, how could it be living behind my fridge?
They will live under there because it's warm. They're probably building a nest with all kinds of things they find. They'll do the same thing in your stove. Do you have a drawer under your stove?
Yeah, but there's no mouse poop anything there.
Nothing in there?
Nothing, never. I see a lot of mouse poop behind my fireplace, behind the TV.
He's got this fireplace, Jane. It's weird. You call that your radiator?
No, no,
That fireplace thing, right?
no. That's the fireplace. This is something that I bought and is when I'm talking about radiator is not the right term. The heater, the
Okay.
electric heater. They come through the pipes.
Yeah. Because you know why? Those are holes that come up through your floors. They come through your floors. They come through. Now, let's be honest. You are up on a higher floor. They have that through all your floors. You are not the only one who has mice. I'm going to guarantee this.
Oh, I know, but the thing is why? One, is it not being dealt with? Why are they allowing this? You know what I'm saying? Like, we pay too much rent to this kind of shit.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
Well, everywhere you see that poop, I would put a glue trap and put a little bit of peanut butter in the middle of that glue trap because they love peanut butter.
First thing,
to put it around the edges of the house, like the edges,
Mhm.
right? Jane?
Yeah.
Right, because they like to creep around the edges.
yeah.
And
I put it by the refrigerator for
giant.
sure.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that wasn't the route that I wanted to take, but unfortunately I'm gonna have to try it because I've had no success with the spring traps. So
Oh, girl. Don't
Well,
you
no.
dare put oh my God. Don't do the sticky ones. They're so mean.
I'm gonna
The
have to.
spring traps, Robin, kill them. I mean, the spring traps are meant to
That's what
kill.
we use. That's what
Nope.
we use.
It's just more, I guess, like, obviously I would like to be humane about it, but unfortunately it is a rodent and I don't want them here anymore. I've been trying to do whatever I can to, sweeping floors but they're still coming. And so I haven't seen anything today though, so I think that fucker he was just a little guy, but he's some brazen, I tell you. Did I tell you, you guys, funny story? Did I tell you the time I actually found a dead one under my sofa?
Oh
No.
my gosh.
So this is what was happening. I was working down at the pizzeria, the Italian restaurant downtown, and this is what I thought happened. That place was gross. Like, it was so riddled with so many mice. It was so gross. Like, we used to have to tell people all the time. It would be like, we'd lie to people. I hated that. They'd be like, I just saw a mouse go across the floor, and that kind of turns people off in a restaurant. And I'd be like, oh, I'm so sorry. Like, oh, the door's open. I'm so sorry about that. You know, and like one night there was like mice being born in the freaking
Oh.
shelf on one of the shelves. Like, that's how filthy the restaurant was. So gross, really, when I think about it. So, anyways, I was sitting here. I thought I must have accidentally took a mouse home. I know it sounds weird, but that didn't happen. But anyways, I was sitting on my sofa, and I'm like, what is that smell? Like, I didn't figure it out for days, and I was like, oh my god, there's something so foul. And eventually I moved the sofa, and there was a fucking dead mouse under my. And the funny part is, it took me 3 hours to get that. I was crying. I was on the phone with friends. I was like, I don't know what to do. Can you come over and help me? And it was more the smell, because for me, I'm the type of person, when I start smelling stuff and I think about it too much, my brain just won't switch off. So it was wow. So eventually what I did is I said, okay, calm down. I ended up throwing a whole bunch of paper towel over it so I couldn't look at it. And then I got, but I'm scared again with the sticky traps. I'm going to be still like, I need to deal with this, I don't know. It's creepy to me.
Yeah, they are creepy.
But
Well, they say if you see one,
mhm,
that's the problem.
yeah,
And
absolutely.
they can go through the tiniest of holes too. Like if they can fit their nose through it.
And we don't know either what the state of other people's apartments are, right?
Oh,
We don't know
yeah.
how other people's apartments might be.
Wow. Yeah, your
I
landlord's gonna need to do something.
Well, I thought I overheard him one day. He could have been talking about something else. I don't know. When my uh, my previous neighbor, moved out, they were doing the maintenance and cleaning the apartment and stuff. And he could have been talking about anything, but I was out in the hallway, and I heard him say something like, "I've never seen anything like that. So many, right? In here, so I don't know if he was talking about. He could have been talking about anything, but I thought, is he talking about mice? Because
No.
right? Because I was like, what is he talking about? He's never seen so many before. So I don't know. He could have been talking about something else, but I was like, oh, like, did they find a nest, or I don't know? But I was just like,
Well,
I
I
don't know.
guess it's better than rats, right?
Oh God, yes. My old, well, somebody I'm not friends with anymore, but she lives near me, and she said she hated living there because I see them sometimes when I'm walking. I can see the rats, and she said the rats would be inside of the apartment. She said she had kept all of her clothes off the. She couldn't put anything on the ground. She was like, "I hate living here," and I was like, "Yeah." I'm like, I would take the mice any day over a rat, for sure.
Oh my gosh. I'd move.
You're becoming paranoid, T. Oh,
The mice.
I am, because now I feel like I'm constantly on the lookout, and every time it happens, like I said, I scream because it startles me, and I'll be like, ah! And the other night, I don't know, my neighbor must have got pissed at me or something. So it was around 4 p.m. I saw this fucking thing, and I went to town with the broom, right? Just to kind of make my presence known, like, get the fuck out of here, right? pardon my language. And so I was banging a bit with the broom, and then all of a sudden I heard my neighbor banging back loud. But I just said really loudly, I was like, "Who the hell pays $1,200 to live with mice?"
Wow.
I just wanted to say that because they're probably having the same thing. I don't know, but I'm just like, I don't want to be like every time like screaming, right?
Well,
Because
if
it's
you
more,
have them,
right? It's more, it startles me, and I'm just like, ah.
I'm sure they have them too. If you have them,
Oh, absolutely, 100%. I've been seeing them here for quite a few years now, and I told them, and nothing is ever done. So,
oh, Robin said she'll be right back.
oh yeah, no worries. Nothing's being done about it. So, I mean, I went to him recently, and I said to him, like, my landlord used to be so nice with me, right? Always like, oh, if I seen him in the hall, Mike, how are you doing? And you really see, I feel like ever since the pandemic, how much people has changed. That's what is so hard for me is how much people have changed. Like recently, I said, "Hey," I saw him in the hallway. My toilet seat broke, right? And he told me he's not responsible. So, what do you mean you're not responsible? Should I say, "Well, I'm not responsible to pay my rent"? You know what I mean? I'm just like, what happened to people? Where's I don't know. I just miss the old world, before COVID.
Wow.
When Yeah, he literally like he's just turned so cold with me, and I'm like, "Oh, like, I haven't changed myself. I'm still Michael." Like so I don't know. I just find it very disturbing how it just like everyone just is so different now, right?
It is a very different world for sure.
And it's just so weird that things can just turn like that, and I see it all the time, and I don't know. It's something I need to deal with because it does really bother me a lot that, when I go out places, I don't see people. I don't want to say that I don't see it. I do see some people acting like humans, but I just see a lot of people there's nothing inside. It feels like it. Like it's like, is anyone there? Like, hello? Like if I cut you, will you bleed? Like type thing. You know what I mean?
Well, it's the same way here. I think, like, we had COVID and then we had a whole change of government, and then the whole thing was just, but COVID did a number on everybody. Yeah, there was a good bit of depression
Oh yes.
and
Oh,
fear, and then the loss of, jobs and sickness, and so many lives, so many people died. I lost my best friend, she passed away, and everyone knows somebody who passed away, and it just, you can't ever get life back to normal. It was really good before it. We didn't have fear and worry about sickness. And then when they tell you, well, it's never going to go away, so you better just get used to it. That's a hard pill to swallow. That's something like, what?
I'm worried something else is coming. That's what I'm
Well,
kind of about because now I don't know if you heard, well, they're kind of talking now about the bird flu and the avian flu. There's a kid here. It's only one case, but he was nowhere around birds or anything. He's in critical condition in the hospital, but he has this avian bird flu, and they're saying, you know, diseases are, I don't know what the right word is, mutating or whatever, and advancing. And, that is another one, like bird to human illnesses, right? But
yeah, I won't comment on that kind of stuff.
I'm not saying anything is going to happen out of that, but there has been a few people like, oh, like, I don't know if they're just trying to scare people or what, but
Yeah, I read a lot. Let me just tell you, I read a lot.
Mhm.
You can't you can't trust certain entities.
Oh no, absolutely. Can't believe everything you read now, for sure.
Yeah. I
It
happened to
is.
watch this show the other day. Well, it was on YouTube. I watched a guy that went into he goes into these abandoned mega mansions, right?
Oh wow, that sounds fun.
He went into, well, this mansion was owned by, I don't know if it was Justin Trudeau.
Oh,
I think it was at one point he lived there. It was like this, I don't know, it was $8 million mansion or something. It was the most beautiful place. And they were getting ready to tear it down. And I was like, oh my goodness, how could you ever build this big old stone, almost like a castle mansion?
yeah.
And it was amazing inside, but they just like let it go. It was unlived in, so it had water damage in there. And it
Wow.
was like the most fascinating show. So then I went down a rabbit hole and went into like one that Trump lived in once. And they
Wow.
were getting ready to tear that down. I was like, "Oh my gosh, I love that show." But I just thought, why did they ever move out of these places, and then why weren't they ever resold? That was weird. They weren't that old, maybe like 20-year-old homes.
Hmm. I don't know if you know this about me, but I am very obsessed with abandoned places. I always have been. The biggest one, if you Google this, check it out. It's a really interesting place, and it also has a backstory. When I was in Taiwan, I actually went to the abandoned UFO village. It's so spooky. It's out of this world, right? At that time, I wasn't, taking video clips and stuff wasn't really a thing. So I unfortunately only have pictures of it, but it's this resort that was built, and basically, um, there's a lot of belief that it was built on burial grounds, and a lot of people say it's haunted. So this guy that I met there, he was even like, "Why do you want to go here?" But there are actually, if you look it up on YouTube, you'll see it's a pretty fascinating place. But I've also have done other abandoned places as well. I don't know. I find it really intriguing. I don't know how to explain it. It's almost like you said, like what happened here, and like almost remembering the glory days, and um,
Yeah, I
you know,
guess
the,
what Cricket just said in chat, that kind of makes sense.
because they use the real estate to move money around. Yeah, well, sounds like Trump and Trudeau.
Yeah, well they showed one of the rappers, I forget who it was. Um they showed his mansion too. That place wasn't very old, but man, that was like a beautiful place, and they were getting ready to tear that down and build another one. Oh, I can't remember which rapper it was.
Yeah, people and their money.
Oh, it was the fanciest things in there, and I was like, "Can I just have your bathroom sink?" Like, I'm thinking, are the guys that are tearing that home down, are they going to take those fixtures? Because they should. They really should take them out of there. I mean, if they're marble and all this beautiful stuff, I'm like, just take the chandelier, take that bathroom light. It's probably like, like, don't let it go to waste.
No, absolutely, I agree.
It's the coolest videos, though. If you look them up, they go to all these different
Yeah,
beautiful homes, multi-million-dollar homes.
Cricket here is saying, and I find this one fascinating. I don't know if you've looked into. There's a lot of different beliefs on what is happening in China. Some people believe because there's a lot of skyscrapers that are just they're abandoned and there's nobody and they're perfectly fine homes. But some people believe, and I don't have a comment or anything that I believe in any of this, but some people believe that it's a planned place for them to live in the future when shit goes south. I don't know. There's that theory. There's different theories around it. Money laundering, yeah, that's correct. But it's very weird. These in China, these ghost cities, and there's so many of them. It's very bizarre, super bizarre. I don't know,
Yeah,
Dave.
that's strange.
Yeah, look it up if you have some time. Look it up. Look up and then it doesn't make sense because in a lot of places in China, they're overcrowded and they're, people living on top of each other in frigging cages almost. It's like what? And then they have completely abandoned. Um, I don't know. Who knows?
So they have plans for them somewhere in the future. They know.
Yeah, yeah, I think so. I don't know. Something. It even feels fishy to me here. Like it just I'm in awe all the time in my area and in general in this city of in just 10 years the amount of skyscrapers that are up everywhere skyscrapers and it's just like I don't know, I'm just so curious to see in 500 years what's going to be here. Are these skyscrapers going to be here and abandoned or like it's and you guys have probably seen when I'm out in the town center, like these are like 60 floor like towers. Like I don't know. It's just bizarre to me.
Yeah,
And
I don't know anything of that. I've never seen that kind of world. I don't know.
and I'm just like my thing is though is who's I'd like to know what people's jobs are that they can afford them because I live in a shitty old apartment building and I'm paying already an arm and a leg and these people are probably paying like 3,000 and up for just a one bedroom condo. Like I'm like what is your jobs like that you I don't know that you can afford. I don't know. I guess
Even here, like I live in the state that's probably the cheapest state in the country to live in. Okay, we have it is very economical to live here, but because of the oil and gas boom, all the drilling that's gone on in the state. Um, and my county is like the third cheapest county or fourth cheapest county to live in. So you could say my county is the fourth cheapest county in the whole country, the whole
yeah.
US to live in. Okay. But like all the oil and gas drilling, they could take like a 70 something single wide trailer in really crappy shape. Okay. I mean, just an awful trailer, and maybe they were charging $200 rent a month. Now the landlords are charging like $750, $800 for that someone to live in that trailer. And I'm like, people, if you're really smart and if you can pay $750 to $800 for that place, surely you could go get $100,000 loan for a decent home here, which you can get a really decent home here for 100 grand, you know,
Yeah.
and keep your credit good and go own your home for that price instead of that crappy little trailer that landlord is probably a slumlord here and they will fix nothing on it.
Yeah.
Like that's how it is now. Like you wouldn't want to rent anywhere here. You wouldn't. You'd be better off to buy your own,
Hmm.
it's horrible. Like the price went up to live here, even though the economy's good, our taxes are low, everything's really low here. But whew, I mean, I guess I am thankful we don't have a whole lot here. We have the country, you know what I mean? We live in the country, but there's not much to do socially or anything. It's boring, but I do appreciate that it is cheaper. But if you don't own a home or own land already, you're kind of in trouble.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But we don't have big cities either. I don't have skyscrapers. I
Here in
wouldn't
Canada,
know.
nobody can afford a home. Nobody in Canada, unless you're mega rich.
Wow.
It said recently the statistics is I think I can't remember, but it's very bad. Back in the day, people would be able to. Uh, you might not know what Sears is, but Sears is a well, it's no longer around, but Sears was like, it was a store that kind of sold everything like furnitures,
Yeah, we had
clothes.
Sears.
Okay, so back in the day, people could have a regular job at Sears and afford to have a home and own property, but now nobody can afford property in Canada. Nobody can afford anything in Canada,
Wow,
sadly. And
that's crazy.
we all have that to thanks to our friend, Mr. Justin Trudeau, um, who no Canadian has anything good to say about this guy. Nobody. Well, except for my friend Adrian, who was like, he's liking Justin Trudeau for the wrong reasons. He's liking him because he's good looking. I'm like, that is not a reason to like somebody.
No,
Like, I'm sorry, but let's get down to the real things of why people don't like him. It's because he's doing nothing for Canadian people.
now is there
Uh,
a difference? Is there a big difference in economically in the provinces?
uh, yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, Vancouver itself is one of the most expensive cities to live in the world. Um, and so obviously Canada, of course, for sure, Vancouver is the most expensive city to live in Canada. But things are just like so expensive, and it's just like getting out of hand, and nothing is being done about it. Our government cares more about bringing all these people from India and other countries and then giving them money and giving them better benefits while there's people on the streets with addictions that could be helped and people that could get into homes and people that need food and people, I just know no Canadian here in Canada is happy with him and what he's done. He's just trying to make a profit off of bringing people here and not really listening and to what um, you know honestly for years now I am not proud to be Canadian. I used to be at one point, but Canada is not a good place, I feel, in my opinion, anymore.
You
It-
know, my aunt, my aunt, my cousin's family, they've owned a cabin up in the middle of Lake Huron for many
yeah.
many years, and we used to go up there and stay in that cabin. And I love Canada. I just like fell in love with it. And I always told my husband, I'm like, I would move there if we had to move anywhere because I was just in love with that place. It was so remote. We had to ride a ferry, to it. Um, it was on this little island. It was just beautiful. I just loved everything about it. But I know everything was so expensive when we went up there. I was like, holy crap, I couldn't believe it. And
Oh yeah.
the thing about like the US too, what people don't realize, the states are so different, like with everything. Like even like
Of course.
Robin's area. I talk to spaceman all the time about the economic differences between us. Like we're only a couple states away. They're like 5 hours from me, right? But my taxes here on the house we own, I pay like $350 a year. That's it. Compared to like them in New York State, they're paying
Oh
thousands a year. And I'm like, holy crap, how does anyone make it like that? Like,
yeah, I know
it,
it's messed up.
like I can't even, first of all, I mean, we are a poor state, so I don't know how that would happen. I mean, we are a Republican state too. So that's a big difference. They're a Democratic state. Um, so that probably has a lot to do with it. But like, and there's so many way different rules. Like, we have a lot of different gun rules too. We kind of, we don't have any rules when it comes to guns. We can open carry, we can go in a store and buy a gun the same day and walk out. And they're like, what? They're like, we got to go through all kinds of checks and we got to wait days and days. And I'm like, oh no, we can just go to Walmart, fill out a
Crazy.
paper. They do.
Yeah.
And we never, and I also looked up, I'm like, well, wait, because I was like, well, do you guys have a lot of migrants and just a whole bunch of different, people? And they're like, oh, yeah. And I'm like, what? Really? And I'm like, well, we don't have hardly any diversity here in our state. So I looked that up, and I think like maybe 1% of our population is from another country. I'm like, man, I have no clue. So
Yeah,
Canada is like a melting pot, right?
well, here's the thing. Here's how what I'm going to say about Canada. I respect anyone coming here because, you know, like this is all our world to share. But what is often happening as well, especially with I have found just so much disrespect with people because, if, for example, if I got to go live in Thailand, I would be grateful, right? I would be so grateful beyond, but people are coming here now and they've got an attitude and there's no, like, they can't even learn hello, like basic things, like out of respect for others. Like, I just feel like nobody, in my opinion, respects each other, and I think that that is another reason why I I don't like Canada. I mean, I like it that we're multicultural, but we're we're I don't know, we're just everyone's in their cliques, everyone's you know, all the Asians only want to be with Asians, the whites want to be with whites, and I'm not generalizing anyone, but I don't see the world like that. I think, it's like me moving to Thailand and only wanting to have white friends, making white friends. Me, I no, I want to have Thai friends. I want to have friends of other cultures and learn about other people. But I just find not a lot of people are doing that, and they're coming here and bringing their third world behavior, right? And they're not respecting, uh, because one, also, their ties are always going to be to their country, right? So they're it's, I don't know how to say it, they're like double dipping or something. So they're coming here, getting all the benefits, getting everything, but their country is still going to be number one to them, right?
Yeah.
However, I do see a lot of people like Filipinos. I see, people that I meet on the channel that are from Philippines, but they're so they're like, I love Canada, and they're, that's what I want to hear from people and feel that they're inclusive to each other. And I just feel like a lot of the South Asian people that are coming here, they're not nice. They're rude, and they're bringing their third world behaviors here. So that's my only thing. That's my only thing is just like, be grateful, right? Be grateful that you can, because like I said, I wish that, I could just up and move to any country, and, but it's not so easy to just, but it seems easy for everyone else to just be able to come to America and come to Canada. And, um, like I said, I respect all people, but be thankful and be kind to one another. And you're just not seeing that anymore. I'm just seeing like so much rudeness from people, and I'm just like it kind of hurts because I'm like, I was here before you, and even though Canada is it's all our land to share, but I would never go to your country and disrespect you the way you're disrespecting me. You
That's
know what
like
I'm saying?
going to some that's like going to someone's home and staying in their home and disrespecting their home. You would be grateful that you get to stay there, and like, thank you for letting me stay here. Your home's beautiful, and you're not going to go trash their home, and you know what I mean? I would feel that way if I ever went to stay with someone in Canada, or if I had to go live there for a few years. I would make sure I respected, that, and I wouldn't be like, oh, USA is way better than this place and blah blah blah. Canada sucks. No, you don't do that. And I don't see a whole lot of that here, right? I just see it on TV or I hear about it, and it kind of makes me mad because if you come here and you're gonna like hate the US, then why are you here? Because I just want to tell you, get back on your plane or whatever and get out of here then. Like, if you don't love the US, we don't really want you here. And I know that might sound harsh, but then call me harsh. Get out. You got two
Exactly.
choices. Either be nice and follow our rules and respect our people, or go back to your country.
Exactly. Exactly. That is the bottom line. And it's I don't know. It's just baffles me that people can come here, and I'm not kidding you. I have my coworker. He is a Colombian guy, and he is 25 years old. And I don't understand. I notice it all the time. These people are just coming to Canada, and he has a Tesla, and I'm
Really?
just yeah. So many people are coming here, and they seem to have so much money, and I'm like,
Colombia. Okay.
I'm yeah. Even my coworker was like, "Did you see he has a Tesla?" I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like, I mean, it's not my business, but I'm like, but you see it all the time. People coming here, and they've just got sometimes money up to the yin yang,
Wow. That's a
and
little sus.
I know, and it's just doesn't feel right that people that pay taxes, we paying taxes for these people to come here. We're paying the taxes. We're having that money taken from us. And we're the ones that are not benefiting. We're the ones that are left at the bottom of the barrel while everyone else, and this is how so many Canadians feel. I mean, honestly, just go sometime on YouTube and go look at anything from Justin Trudeau, and you won't see a damn nice thing at
Oh
all.
yeah, I've seen it. I watch some Canadian channels and stuff. It's yeah, yeah.
People want him gone. And honestly, I think no person is going to be a good choice. Um, but because at the end of the day, they just want to look out for themselves, right? They just want to.
Well, money and power. We know how that ends up, right?
Welcome back.
Oh my God. Did we finally connect?
You
Yep.
connected.
Y'all, am I here?
Yep.
Oh, finally.
So I don't know, guys. Like, I just want to say this as well, and I really do respect this. For example, Thailand, right? Sure. Can I get a job in Thailand at a hotel? Sure, I can. It is possible. It is absolutely 100% possible. But however, they always want to make sure in Thailand that Thai people come first. And I respect that so much. That is caring of your people. That
Yeah.
is, because, and that's what's happening here in USA and Canada. They're coming and taking all the friggin' jobs or whatever the case, and it's like, oh, it must be nice to just stroll into a country. Like, I wish I could just roll into Thailand and be like, yeah, yeah, screw you, and that's what it feels like to us. It feels like a big, fat screw you. There's no respect for us. We should be, and you know what Justin Trudeau did now? Friggin' twat.
Fucking
He,
twat.
he's like, well, he's like, because he is trying to get on Canadians' good side, which is still not going to happen, but he is giving us a $250 tax break for the holiday season. So at some point, I'll get a check for $250. Well, Christ, what's that gonna do? One person wrote on in the feed. They said that won't even cover my meal at McDonald's. That's not kind of funny. But,
Wow.
this is not a solution to just be like, oh, let's give them $250 and, we'll be good again with everyone. No, everyone in the comments was like, I don't care if you offered me 25 million.
Now is he elected?
What?
Is he elected?
What do you mean?
Do you have elections?
It so weirdly in Canada. It's not like you guys how you have the big. We do have elections. We recently had one here in BC. I know Nova Scotia recently had one. Um, it's looking like he could be out by January, February. It takes time. It's not. It's a very. I'm not big into the politics, so I'm not 100% how it goes. But it's not kind of like a vote like you guys do, right? Um, it kind of goes from the bottom. Like, so like when president, the only time I voted was when Justin Trudeau was running, but I actually didn't even vote for that party. Like, I went and voted, but I didn't vote Liberal. I voted for another party. So it kind of, I think it goes, like I said, I'm not great with the Canadian politics. Oh, Robin keeps getting kicked off there. Welcome back again. But it's looking like he's going to get out. I wish we did have a system like you guys in the States, because he's been in office since 2015. That's almost 10 years.
Oh,
Right?
wow.
I think it's more fair in the States that you do 4 years and then either you're elected back or you're not. I think that that's how it should be. I think it's more fair instead of, and the other prime minister before that, he was like 12 years, I think. You know, they're usually very long run.
And there's a 2-term limit here, too.
Yeah. Yeah, right. So our president can only be 4 years and 4 years, so 8 years altogether.
8
You can't
years,
go
yeah.
longer than that. I mean, yeah. They won't let you go more than 8 years here consecutively. So,
Yeah, and I think that that's very a good way to
yeah.
keep things level instead of just one person with all this power like for so
Mhm.
Yeah.
long.
Right. Yeah.
But you know, I will say this about Justin Trudeau. I think he's just you know, at the beginning I thought I remember I was years ago. I was the pride I wasn't in it. Sorry. I was watching the Pride Parade, and I'm standing there, and all of a sudden I was thinking, what in the hell? All these security guards all of a sudden out of everywhere, right? Just, I was like, what is this? Oh, there it is, Justin Trudeau. And, you know, he's trying to get on all the good graces of all the gays and LGBTQ, whatever, right? He was on Drag Race Canada. Like, seriously. Like,
I know you said that, and I was like, "What, bro?
you,
Really?"
yeah, you can't take this guy seriously. And if you go, there's a video I saw of him recently from when he was like 19 or something. He looks so gay, guys. He looks so freaking gay. If he's gay, that's fine. But I'm like,
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, is that okay or no? Like for you,
I think it's a
no.
facade. I think it's a facade. I think that's why someone like Adrian thinks, oh, but he's so supportive of the LGBTQ. And I said, think about it a little bit more. It's probably just an act, but like, you know, to get people on his side. But why the hell?
Yeah.
There's important things. Then why the hell are you on Drag Race? Sorry, I just
Yeah, it
like,
just doesn't make that.
Yeah. If he's
I know when you
authentic.
said that, that didn't make sense to me. I was like, "What?"
yeah.
It's
And even in
celebrity shit. It's yeah. We
Yeah.
have that here in the United States too, though.
Oh, yeah.
one thing I was recently saw in the news with Trump. I mean, there's so much now. You didn't hear anything about old Biden, but now that Trump's there, it's
Old Biden,
nothing.
old Sleepy
But you
Joe.
know, and it's interesting to read the comments on it because I feel like America is quite divided on this topic. But he won't
We
be
are.
transgenders to fight in the military, and like, but what does it matter what's between their legs or what they identify as if they're willing to fight for your country? What?
Here's the thing about the. Here's the thing. I get what you're saying, but the transgender thing is just a fucked up scenario in U.S. Really hard to kind of talk about all the different things about it. It like, why can't we just be boys and girls again? Like, that's what we're born as.
I get, but however, you know,
don't understand the boys and girl thing, and you know,
I've been there, but I want to tell you guys this from a person that grew up being hated because I was gay. That's exactly how those people feel. And we need to remember it took me a long time to even get to this point, guys. But the more we educated ourselves, we don't know what that person feels like. We don't know what they've gone through. We don't understand ever. But I do believe that we need to respect people. So, whatever anyone's choice is in life, we need to respect that, right? Because that's somebody being a transgender, and there's been transgenders all throughout history, right?
I
That
had I had an actual uncle who went through the whole. He actually went and was like one of the first people who got the surgery to
wow,
switch himself. Okay.
wow,
Okay. So I'm talking about old school. Now, these people, these kids these days that just want to say they're this, that, and the other, I don't agree with that.
well, that there
Because I
could
come
be,
from old school people who actually fucking went down the line and actually went and got their shit changed because they felt different. Okay. And I have a little respect for that because I actually seen old school people do that. But I don't agree with this just saying you are what you are regardless of whether I don't know.
yeah. Well, I mean, you are totally entitled to your opinion, but you could look at it, like I said, of the same point as me, of not being accepted because I'm gay. That's different. Transgender is still different. We might not
I know.
understand. It,
Mm,
because I grew up where I was called a faggot, and I was told many hurtful things that people were going to
yeah,
do, rape me. They were going to, because I was a faggot, because I was a fruit,
I
because,
know.
it, it,
It's not,
it,
that's not right, man. That's not right. I never thought that was right.
that's why I feel for myself as a gay person or whatever I am, that I understand people more easily because of what I went through. And
Mm,
sure, I in the past I said, well, I don't understand, transgender people, but I need to have an open mind because I too wasn't accepted, and so I just know what it feels like. I
yeah.
personally have never had any friends that are transgender, and I would like in the future to have a friend that's transgender, just also so I can educate myself more.
Like I
And
said, you guys, it's really weird that I had an uncle who's like, I'm
yeah,
talking old school, that went through that. And he was one of the first ones who ever went through that. And I grew up with him and my uncle. I mean, they were both my uncles, right? But the one decided to get the, surgery and everything and chose, he back then actually felt that he was wanted female parts. And
yeah, that's
it's just
cool.
weird. It's weird to talk about because like back then, I'm talking about back when you didn't talk about that shit.
Yeah,
Um, he was
definitely.
probably like one of the first ones who ever went through that.
It's
And
still
he
kind of
was
taboo
Italian
now.
on top of it with an Italian family. Nobody accepted him, trust me. Like it was a thing. But he was a
Hey,
hairdresser and my uncle too. So
is he at least he was able, regardless of, he was able to live his most
he got to yeah,
self.
it was kind of
And
quiet though. Like they didn't talk about it then though. It wasn't a topic. You know what I mean? Back then, it wasn't a topic. It was very quiet. It was
even
only
gay,
between the family, and the family gave him a hard time. Don't get me
sure.
wrong. The family gave him a hard time, but we always accepted him, and I loved
Now,
him. He was
the,
great. He was a fucking great guy.
the thing
His
that I
name was
love
Gordy. Gordy.
is is in Thailand, which is, of course, guys, the only place ever. Like, people in Thailand are so accepting. In Thailand, they're not even called transgenders; they're just called ladyboys.
They call him the Lady Boys. I know, but
Here's the
that's
problem I have with
different.
it. the problem I see with it, the biggest problem is I don't think it's right when the parents choose it for
Yeah,
their
I don't.
children
I
when they're
agree.
kids and they
Hmm.
want their kids to have the surgery. I have a
Yeah,
huge problem with that.
I
Huge.
Yeah.
do too. I don't think
That's a
that's right
no-no.
either.
No,
I think it
Yes,
should
I
not be
agree.
allowed under 18, okay? Let that
Hmm.
person become an adult and then decide.
I do agree with that. I do.
Yeah.
I do. It's like, I don't know. Just let kids be kids. I think it's also
Yeah.
because kids are also so much surrounded by media now. It's not like when we grew up,
Yes.
right? It's not
Right.
like we grew up. Everybody is seeing, oh, I can be this, I can be that, I can be,
You
it's
guys have no idea what I see. I have the youngest kids amongst all of y'all. Mike, you
right.
don't even have kids, but I'm just saying I see what they're going through now, and they're just I'm gonna say straight the fuck up that even my neighbor kids, they talk about being gay all the time. I don't think they're gay. They're not gay. I think gay is something that they want to that's popular.
It's
Oh,
in,
I can
yeah.
be gay. I can be gay. It's not even about being gay, and it's oh, it frustrates me so much because
It's a
it's
fad.
like if you're gay, you're gay. Okay, I understand that. Okay, but these things these days, you don't understand. They're putting it on the kids like it's popular and shit, and
Yeah.
it's becoming a fucking thing. And they think they're fucking Fruit Loops at this point. They want to
Mhm.
call themselves Fruit Loops. Like, I'm a Fruit Loop. I can be this, that, and the other. They don't even understand the concept of. They don't even understand the concept of being gay or the concept of being transgender. They just think it's because they teach them
Or
that.
being who they are.
It's
They just want to
popular. It's
be
popular.
popular.
Like, that's
Yeah.
not cool. Like, I don't like that. That's not cool. Mm-mm.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, that's not good. It's being taught in our schools, and you wouldn't know that, Mike, because I'm telling you, bro, that's exactly what they're doing to our kids, and
No,
and
what's going on?
I don't condone that shit. I don't condone that because I just don't. I don't know. I feel like that's wrong, and I have no problem with anybody who's gay. I have many gay friends, and I have many gay, or I like I said, I've grown up with transgender people in my family, but
Right.
I knew when it was something that was like serious, it was serious, right? It was like it really, meant something. But nowadays it's like, oh, it's like a fad. It's like a fad. And I don't like that. It's like, oh, everybody should just be gay and transgender. And no, I don't like that. No. Mm-mm. No.
Now, I don't believe in this whole pronoun thing, though.
And the
I will not
pronouns.
address someone
I'm
as
sorry,
they, them.
I won't do that either. I do not address people as pronouns. I don't believe in that either. Sorry. I
I don't
don't.
understand it. I just can't do it. I'm like, I don't get the whole thing.
I won't subscribe to that. Sorry. I won't. If people have pronouns, if you want me to call you he, she, or they, them, or it is, or they're there, or fucking
It.
it, or whatever, no. No.
I think it's the
Sorry.
they, them that I have trouble with.
The
Like,
they, them, and
yeah,
stuff. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I'm sorry.
it makes
Like
them sound less than
when
human.
I gave birth to my daughter, it was a girl. Okay? It's a girl.
Yeah.
Now, if she chooses to do whatever in her life, that's fine. But she's always going to be my daughter. She's always going to be a girl. Okay? Um even in the situation where my family member changed his gender, he was still born a man and he never denied that.
Okay, so here's my question. What do you, and this is going to be a tough one, because what if that person is a hermaphrodite and they're born with two parts?
Okay, so that's completely fucking
Yeah,
different.
That's different.
Completely different scenario. And there's only, you guys know that hermaphrodites are only like 3% of the world that is born that way.
It's just
Now, if you're born a hermaphrodite, that's completely different.
I'm
But when
just
this transgender is not hermaphrodite, okay? So I hate when people fuck this up because they're ignorant. Hermaphrodite, being born hermaphrodite, is when you're born with both parts. Being transgender is just you're born or male or female and want to switch. Okay. Being born hermaphrodite is when it's a very small percentage of the world that is born hermaphrodite. And that means that you're born with both. You have both, right?
all
You
right.
have both parts, right?
I just say one thing. I'm feeling kind of uncomfortable with where the conversation is going.
I know.
Let's
Okay.
just go back to talking about God because it's making me feel some things that I don't. You're entitled to your opinion, but it's making me feel a little icky inside. Um,
Well,
um,
no ickiness needed.
You
like I
realize
said,
we've hit religion, politics, and all the no-nos, right?
Yeah, we literally went down the road of all the no-nos.
and
We did.
I think we just need to accept it with Thailand. Lady boy, they're not beating around the bush or about anything, and they're not even they kind of no they identify as I don't know what they identify as, but they call it lady boy. I find it so interesting still to this
The
day.
lady boys are boys that are, you know what they are. They're not born fucking hermaphrodite or anything. They might be, but
Girl, I don't know about any of it. Okay, I don't know anything.
I know. But listen, let's not get all, uncomfortable here.
Yeah, she's
Oh Lord,
uncomfortable. Change the subject.
we really did go down the rabbit hole of the uncomfortableness. I'm sorry.
Really.
Robin has questions.
I have questions. I always do.
God, when she says I have a question, I'm always like, oh God, no.
I'm always curious about things in the world though and people,
I
and
know.
I just I know so many different types of people, and I've had so many in my life that I love, and I love all people. I don't really judge people by their gender and stuff or all this crazy stuff, but
I mean,
I won't
like
subscribe to the new age
like
I can
if
call myself anything I want kind of theory. No,
I told you
sorry.
guys that you found out that I actually have a vagina, would you look at me any differently? I'd still be me. I would no, but seriously though, like would people look at me differently if they and I think it's so interesting.
No,
People are
no, I
so
really wouldn't. I would actually look at you as like my Auntie T,
what
you know?
What?
the bottom what's in
Yeah,
someone's pants doesn't
it
matter.
doesn't
It does,
matter. It really does not matter. No
it's
joke.
private. They're meant to be private, right? At the end of the day. And I always find it so funny because, actually, even watching Drag Race, there's a lot of, and they're adults, obviously, and that they are transgender and they talk about their struggles with it. Um, but they always say, don't you hate it when someone comes up and says to you, oh, have you transitioned? Do you have a vagina yet? Like, who cares? It's none of your business. Like, we don't go up to people and be like, hey, got any STDs? What STDs do you got?
Right, right.
What's downstairs? You got, oh, syphilis. Okay, good to know. Thanks for sharing that. It's so personal, I feel almost, right?
Yeah, sometimes like
Oh my
nowadays
God.
we're too apt to talk about a lot of stuff. I'd like to get back to the days where like we don't have to like have labels and we don't have to like talk about everything and be proud of everything. Can't we just like be? Can we just like be?
It's weird. It's weird. Everybody talks about their shit.
Everybody's
Now,
What's the
talking.
Cricket
thought?
did say something that's funny.
Reach.
Cricket is in the comments, just Love you, Cricket.
Let's just get back to hanging out with each other and not being like, oh,
Exactly.
what's your diagnosis? Or,
Right?
what are you labeled? And we don't need labels. We don't need that shit. Can we just
I
be
don't want
people?
labels. No.
No.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing I will say. Raising a young daughter, it's tough because she's slammed with this shit every day.
Hmm.
And so it's like hard to you guys don't even know, like, and like
Yeah, I do know.
her little friend, he might think he's gay and he thinks it's popular to be gay, but I don't think he's gay. I think it's just more what he's been pushed on in school and stuff. And I'm like, why do we even talk about this? Like, we didn't talk about this when I was in school. Like, when I had
We're
my
going to
gay
talk about
moments,
everything
or
nowadays.
any, I mean,
Well,
when you felt a certain type of way or like went through things, you didn't like just like call yourself gay and stuff, or you didn't call yourself straight. You didn't even know,
if I'm being
right?
honest,
I mean, they're so young and it's like they're pushing this shit.
I think that it's the total opposite of how I grew up because I, you know, I don't know, maybe I would have, I don't know how I would feel growing up nowadays as a child. I know it would be different than
Yeah.
uh, how I grew up. But,
Yeah.
I never, ever in my life backed down. I was unapologetically myself always. And I told my mom and my dad from the get go that this is who I was. And if they didn't like it, they can kiss my fucking.
I
And
love
I
that though.
used to scream. Me and my mom would have screaming matches about it because I would be like, you just fucking accept who I am. Right? Because I knew I was different. I knew that something was different. Right?
Did your
And
mom not want to accept it? Did your mom not want to hear it?
mom is really weird. I still believe that she is probably a bisexual or a lesbian. Um, that is just what she gives me very lesbian vibes. She is, my mom
Your
is
mom?
a My mom is a big my mom is a nymphomaniac. She's a slut. She always has been. The
Oh.
last time I talked with my dad, we talked about this. She always had a dick in her. She always had a different man over. There was many, many, many boyfriends over the years growing up. Um, shit, I'm getting off topic here. What was the question?
Mm. I
About
was saying I don't even know what the question was now. You got me on a totally different topic with your mom.
but yeah, she's always about her not accepting me. It's weird because she gave me a Barbie van as a kid, and then she would let me try on her dresses, and we'd play hairdresser. Things that are not really like boy things, but
So
whatever.
she accepted you youngly, like as a young boy. She actually kind of helped, right?
She
She understood you. She
she's
probably
always
always knew you were gay. I mean,
she
I think a mom knows, right?
she accepts me, but she doesn't accept it as a whole, which makes no fucking sense to me.
Did she
So
encourage you, or are you saying
mm,
she like led you there, or she just?
she didn't encourage me. I think she just kind
No,
of let
I would say she just accepted him, right?
me. My mom never said to me like stuff that my stepmom said to me. My stepmom was always like, "Oh, you walk like a faggot. You don't walk like a faggot." As a little kid, you don't know what that means. My
Oh my
mom,
god, that's terrible.
she was bad in her own ways, but she never. Um, but then when I got married, I said to her, why not even a congratulations? Nothing. Act like a human. And she said again, I accept you, but I don't accept that. And so
Oh,
it
that's weird.
it
Wow.
That's not good.
really makes sense that you accept just me being gay, but nobody else. So, but she's very butch. like she gives me, she's all, and I used to tell her, I'm like, you're probably a lesbian. That's what I always would tell her. I said, because often people that have their own insecurities, often are the biggest ones that
Sure.
have.
I know what you're saying. I know what
But
you're saying.
she was always very butchy, right? Very like, I don't know. She just gave me screamed lesbian vibes to me, like, so
Maybe
But
she was.
she also grew up in a time where that was
You
not
don't
accepted,
talk about that. Yeah.
and you know, like I feel it's even with her. I feel like it's one of those things. So it is very unfortunate because she told me like my mother never once, my grandmother, never once ever told her she loved her, and
Right.
my mom was there for them until the day that they died, and she, even though she told me I hate her, she was still always there helping her. And it always confused me because I'm like, you say how much you hate her, and she would tell me stories.
Mm.
She's like, I was beat in the head with a shovel as a kid. I was, so she has her own trauma, which then, my mom is an alcoholic. So then because she's an alcoholic and a slut, and, that trickles down to then her treating her kids like that. Right. So,
No.
she abused all of us. I mean, some worse than others. Um, but, and then probably again, it happened with my sister, right? My sister had all these kids. She couldn't take care of them. And she wasn't a good mom. And again, it trickles down. You see, it's a trickle effect. It's, you know, of all the way people are treated and they have that trauma. Um,
No, it
but
doesn't have to. No, it doesn't have to. It didn't do that with me. I knew as a kid that I was gonna not be that mother.
yeah, no, that's great. And I, I hope that when people, nowadays, especially how expensive things are, I think people are thinking more about, uh, you know, raising kids better. And I mean, I'm sure it still happens out there where people are mistreated and stuff.
Oh
But
yeah.
it's probably maybe not the same. I feel like it probably has gotten better. Um, you know,
No, let me just say the trauma that you're talking about, T, it goes through many generations and many people, and you're
yeah,
not the only one.
that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes
Yeah.
through. It trickles down.
Unfortunately.
It's
That's
kind of
why.
like 50-50. You either become that same parent or
Yeah.
you're going to
We
turn the opposite.
right. So, yeah, I feel like in my life, in my time, I have to sort of realize like what's happened in the past, right? And kind of figure that out and fix it. How can you fix all that though? I mean, I don't know.
I went through classes starting in high school. I took every child care class I could take. I took children's literature. I took a child care class where we taught, we actually had a daycare center in our high school for toddlers, and it was a 3-hour block class. I took that. I took everything I could take so that I could learn how to parent the right way, okay? Because I knew I wanted to have kids someday. So, and then I became a nanny. I just did everything I could early on so that I would not end up the way that I was
That's
treated.
yeah. No, that's awesome. I
I knew
wish.
the key was
I didn't do any of
re-education.
that, just so you know. I didn't do any of that. No nannying and
No,
none of
that's
that.
fine.
You got to think some
I
of us
just
were
learned.
basically
I just learned through
brainwashed.
life how to. I don't want to be treated the way my parents treated me. Although I had good parents, but it was there's a lot of stuff in life
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff that comes before you, and there's a lot of things that get handed down to you, unfortunately, right? It can come through addiction, it can come through bad parenting, it can come through people being, just shitty. And
Yep.
I don't know. I just think that the way I came about it is I don't want to be a fucked up parent. I try to look at people's sides from every angle. I think everybody should do that.
Yeah, the good news is you can always come out the other side, right? We can
Right.
always overcome everything. It just takes a
Mhm.
strong mind and the
course.
will to do it. That's it. And we all have it inside of us.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Can I
As
get a
long as
game?
you're not dead. Sorry.
Exactly. We do have the ability. We absolutely do. I've been thinking about that a lot lately. We do.
Yes,
We
we
do have
do.
the ability to change. Nobody said to me, that they can do anything for me, right? I have to do it. I have to make the choice. Like
Mhm.
tomorrow, am I going to get out of bed or am I going to stay in bed all day?
That's
Right?
right, Mama. Yeah.
We do. Even right now, if I decide to go for a walk, I have to do it, right? Like as simple
Yes,
as that
only
is.
you can do for you, right? Only you can change your life, really, honestly. Even each one of us, right? We only have the choice to change our situation, and we have the choice every day to change it. It's not easy. It's not
No,
easy.
Nope.
it is not easy at all.
It's not easy.
But
And
I do believe that, I don't know. I just believe that like we said, we all have choices, and it's just like when it comes down to family members, if they don't want to reach out, then that's
Mhm.
on them. You know, that's
Right.
that's their
So,
choice. They've
yeah,
made that choice. But my thing is don't come back when it's too late. Because sometimes in life things are a little too late,
yeah,
right? We
yeah,
can,
I
if
agree.
I go tomorrow, Robin, and I don't know. I'm trying to think of an example that I could use. I'm just going to say if I end up treating you tomorrow very badly, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There can be consequences for that. And I think nowadays people are not realizing that when you act a certain way, so if I went off on you and I
Mm-hmm.
just said every nasty name in the book, you have the right to react to me and to what I said or to what I did or to my behavior,
Mm-hmm.
right? You
Yes,
have
absolutely.
you have the right, and it kind of ties into earlier what we were talking about too about forgiveness. You can forgive absolutely 100%, and I think that that is healthy. But I think that sometimes people, like I'm just trying to use this as an example, that if I dig a big enough hole, you may never let me back in,
True.
right?
Right.
And so actions do matter, and they do. They absolutely do. Words matter, actions matter, and I think that that's how I feel with people, and especially past relationships. I think that sometimes it's just time to move on, and I think I'm pretty level-headed for the most part. I mean, maybe more so
You're
lately,
getting
but
there. You're getting there, Mama.
maybe
I'd
more so
say.
lately. But I'm not going to allow, you know, like I said, for people to treat me badly um, you know, and then them act like I'm the victim or that I'm, this or I'm that. I'm not anything of those things. I'm just a person. We're all just people trying to live our lives,
Mhm.
and So I think just moving forward, I'm just like, right now, I don't even care about friends, if I'm being honest. Like, of course, you guys are all my
Okay.
friends, stuff, two friends, but I don't
No,
care about.
I completely understand what you're saying, though. It makes so much sense because sometimes, and I hate to say this, but sometimes you need to do you.
Exactly.
You need to do you, boo. You need to do you. And sometimes you need to, like, just put everybody aside, right? And like I said, always, if you're always just being yourself to people,
Yeah,
that should be enough. If they can't accept you for who you are, let it
absolutely.
go. Let it go. And
Exactly.
then move forward. Keep moving forward, T. Keep moving forward because you really need to. You've been doing such a good job. Again, I'm
Thank
really
you.
proud of you. Uh,
Thank you. Appreciate it. Recently Robin had told me that, and I actually broke down and cried because I haven't had those friends in my life that, not even my sister, nobody that, is there to tell me that. And I think it's important to, for people to be like, you're doing a great job and I'm proud of you.
yeah,
And I just think I haven't heard something like that in so long from anyone that it just made me feel like, wow, like I finally feel like I'm doing something right.
you
That
are. You
because
totally are. Don't ever deny. Don't ever doubt yourself or deny that you're doing good for you. You're doing great. You really are.
Yeah.
Just keep going, man. I mean, Jane wouldn't be here, honestly. Jane wouldn't be here if she didn't feel that you were doing good, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Jane's all about that doing better stuff.
Yeah,
She's
when I
taught me
watched
how to
that,
do
I
better
watched
too.
you live. I was watching you live and you were like down on yourself. And I'm like, man, I can't sit here and hear him saying that after all this progress he's making. I'm like, well,
Exactly.
all he can tell me to do is get the F out of here. So I'm going to like tell him he's
sorry,
doing good.
not recently, no, not recently, right?
Yeah, that was like
No.
last week when you were a little bit down that day, and I was like, well, Robin's not in there, so I'm just going to let him know I'm you're doing great. I'm like, I'm going to tell him he's doing great. So,
Thank you, I appreciate that. And I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Tomorrow I might have another difficult day. I'm
Right.
not tomorrow, because I think, and I get it, because Robin's messing me. Well, don't be depressed, and it's nobody, of course, is gonna like. I'm not sitting here like, oh, I think I'll be depressed today, But it's my emotions have been
Hmm.
so all over the place, and tomorrow I could maybe something might trigger me, and maybe I might feel that way again. I hope not.
And
I
I don't blame you for that. Like,
hope
that's
not.
where I think I might be a little bit different than other people, as I
Yeah,
get that.
yeah,
But
I think
I
we
get
all
that.
get that, and that's
Yeah,
why,
but
like, my God
yeah,
or your God puts people there for you at a certain time to
yeah,
tell you what you
sure.
need to hear, right?
no, we were talking about this earlier, me and Robin, about Amy Lou, for example. Ooh, I wonder if she's going to
Yeah.
pop up now. But she had told me, she said that there was a while when she couldn't watch me at all because I was so negative, and also she said like your eyes were so sunken in and very black, and like I didn't understand that at the time because I still thought, well, I'm still a decent person, I'm still like I don't see that there's anything wrong, right? I mean, at the time I didn't, right? Now I obviously see that how that could make someone not want to watch. It's not because she doesn't care, right? I want to make that clear.
It
It's
had
not because
nothing to do. It had nothing to do with your looks. You look fine. Don't will you quit picking on yourself about that shit? It had to do with your attitude, bro. It had nothing to do with
no,
your
no,
looks.
no, but she did mention that. She did
She
mention,
did, but well, I think she was trying to prove a point to you.
right?
Like,
And I'm trying to go back now, and I've been looking lately at some videos from a few months ago, and I can see an improvement in my face a bit. Um, I can see before it was like bag upon bag upon bag upon bag. And I don't sure some days there's the eyes are still dark or whatever, but it does feel like it is getting better, so I am happy to see that improve as well. Um, because I want to look better. I want to feel,
You do listen, when you act better and you feel better, you look better. When you're depressed, you look depressed. When you're stressed out, you look stressed out. You are very much a human being, just like all of us. And, when we're fucking stressed out, we're stressed out. When we're feeling good, you feel good, right? Right, Jane? You can attest to this. Like when you look at T, you know his mood like immediately. It's a
Oh
thing.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's certain people like we wear our emotions, whatever.
We wear
It's there.
emotions on our yes, we all do. We all have that same thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes. So don't feel like you're any different than anybody else who, if you're stressed out, we're gonna see it. If you're happy, we're gonna see it. If you're in a good mood, you can see it. It's your face lights up, If you're freaking depressed, well, your face shows it all over it, bro. You can't hide it,
That's why I used to tell you, T. I used to tell you all the time, like, I see you, right? I used to say, I see you. I see you. Like,
Yeah.
I could see your soul. I could see what you were feeling, like, because I felt it. I
Jane is
see
very
it.
much like me. I will say she is very she has a sense of people's she's really good at reading people.
Yeah, I have an awareness of that because, I just like feel the
She
same way.
always has.
I know.
Same.
I just know, you know what I mean? I can sense it and it
Mhm.
troubles me. It really does. It troubles me. But
Mhm.
so, I mean, what else can we do but like try to have some kind of word and try to help
Mhm.
someone, right? You can't
Mhm.
just sit there and watch
Amen.
someone flounder, right? What are you going to do? You're
Right.
going to just do that or you're going to try to help someone?
I always like to try to help people, but right, sometimes it can get us in trouble though, right? Where you get too over emotional and maybe too emotionally involved with somebody.
Well, yeah, we
That
know
can
about
happen
that, don't
too.
we?
Now we know all about that.
God.
Right. And that's not about you, T. That's about somebody
No.
else.
Oh,
We've
yeah.
been there,
That's not my business, really.
No, none of your business.
Yeah,
None of your
not my
business.
business either.
None of our business anymore, thank God. Yeah, but yeah.
We
Hey.
all, like, at the end of the day, we have our choices, and we have, how we act and how we behave. It really has taken me even a long time to learn some stuff. That's the thing. Every day is we should be discovering new things about ourselves.
Mhm.
And that's really where I'm at right now. I just I'm
Good.
kind of again.
No, honey, that's a good place to be at. That's a
Just
good place. It's a
I,
good place to be at.
I know at this point now what I want. For just looking down at 2025 and what I want to happen. I'm not sure how it's going to happen or how things are going to go, but I do have those goals that are in my head. And I think before, I've always wanted to do those goals, but I was held back because of my addictions. And
Mhm.
so for me right now, it's just about me getting back to that place again of making, a little dream come true again. Right.
There you go.
And then
Mhm.
after that, maybe it'll be another step, the next path, the next journey to get there.
There
Right.
you go. Yay.
Yes.
Yay, because I
Mhm.
remember in the past 6 months telling you, hey, I think you should go for it for the
Yeah.
Thailand thing, moving there if you need to or whatever.
Yeah.
So,
But
well,
even if moving to Thailand isn't like right away,
Yeah,
I just
that's
think there's
that,
other goals that you need to do,
do you
Mikey. You
realize
know.
do you guys realize that before I moved to Vancouver, I came here like 4 times to be sure. I it I moved within 1 year, but, it was the craziest thing, like, it was my intuition when I first came to Vancouver. I said to my friend at the time, I said, "I don't know how to explain this to you," and it was true. It's, one of those kind of intuition feelings that sometimes I get, and I said, "I don't know how to tell you this, but I'm gonna live here. I
Hmm.
will live here." And then, in that past year, I came many times to make sure that this was where I wanted to move. It wasn't something that I was just like, oh, I'm just gonna up and move, right? I feel that
Right.
way with Thailand. I still realize that, you know what? I think next time I want to try to go back for 3 months and see what happens, and if I still feel the same afterwards, then let's move to that next step afterwards, right? I
Hmm.
think so often in our lives we get so caught up with seeing results quickly. Like, even if we said, for example, losing weight, some people give up or quitting alcohol because they don't see the results right away,
Hmm.
you
Thank
know,
you. Right.
and they quit because, like, even for myself, losing weight is actually one of my goals. It's on the list, but it's not maybe a priority right now, right? But it will be. It will be. It'll move more into a priority. Or, like, even this week, guys, I did have a huge setback. I mean, I was doing pretty good going for my walks, right? Getting out, pushing myself, and then I did fall into that little bit of depression last week, and I haven't really done a big walk since, right? So I know that, okay, I fell off, but I need to, tomorrow is a new day, and let's try to go for a walk tomorrow, right?
Yes, you're right. Yes, I think one thing that we do to each other is, or to ourselves, is we try to do everything at once.
Yeah.
And we need to really realize that every day is a new day. Every day we can do something better, right?
Hmm. And
Every
guys,
day is a new day to fix it. And
I,
as long as we're trying to do better, hey, right? Isn't that what's the saying? As long as you're doing something better the next day than you did the day before, or as long as you're trying to improve yourself from the day before, right? You're still doing good, right? Isn't that something? How's that go?
still here. Still, I thought you were going to bed, Dakula. Thanks for
Is it
sticking around.
cool?
Dakula. Yeah, he said great
Oh,
attitude.
hey, Dakula. And Cricket has been here.
Yeah. Or, sorry, probably undead, you mean?
Yeah, and I don't like that he changed Cricket. Change your name back to Cricket.
Well, he can't. When you set a name, you can't change it for 2 weeks.
Really?
I didn't
Yeah.
know that.
Yeah, he
And I
won't
don't
be
like.
change his name back.
So just so you know, Jane, probably undead is Cricket, and
I
I don't
figured
like.
that out. I figured that
Yeah,
out.
Well, because we
I
keep saying
know.
cricket, so she probably is.
I
Yeah, I kept
know.
looking for Cricket. I was like, what the hell? I don't
No,
see
that's
Cricket.
Cricket. That's our Cricket. Yeah,
Oh, that's even his name.
I don't like the new name Cricket.
I
I
figured
don't
that out
like it.
early on. I was like, where is he? I was like, I can't see him. Then I went, wait a minute. Okay, I get it.
Just like Triple
No.
T, my name, but it's definitely become my. It it still kind of makes me kind of chuckle because it's really Triple T is a character that I created so many years ago,
Right?
and
Right?
it was always just this joke because, even when I was dating my ex-boyfriend, this was after my husband, he would always sometimes he would be like, I'm going to leave you my credit card for this or whatever. And he would leave little notes like, oh, don't rent a trailer with it. Cause, back I used to have a lot of money to think nothing, guys. I would spend sometimes like easily like $1,500, 2,000 for just a weekend for myself in a friggin' like,
Wow.
oh yeah,
What
mama.
kind of job did you have, Mama?
When I worked for Delta Hotels, I was,
The hotels, yeah.
yeah, even if you ask Grant, we made the best money probably of our lives. That was the
You
best.
need to go back there.
Like I was just rolling in the money, and I was taking all the time these trailers, and that's why I kind of was like, oh, I'm trailer trash, without the trash. But
Oh Lord.
it was a character I created, and then when I started the channel, I was like, okay, I'm going to start a channel. What do I call myself? Like I was like, what should I go by? And then I was like, maybe I'll just call myself Triple T. And originally, you guys might remember, but it used to actually say in my title, it used to actually say Trailer Trash Townsend. But then as time went on, I was like, I really like that because one, I don't have trailers, and I don't really want to call myself trash. So, but I mean, that still is what Triple T stands for, Trailer Trash Townsend, which not a lot of people actually know that.
No. Probably barely anybody knows that.
And only the OGs know that
Yeah.
I'm Trash Townsend, right? But it's just a persona, right? It's just I don't mind. I don't know. I don't mind at all being called Triple T or T. I don't know. I like it.
You just don't like it when they call you Mikey.
Yeah, that doesn't really sound right.
And I still call you that anyways, because
I always liked
that
Mike.
is your name.
Nobody will really call me Mike. I don't know why. Like even in my job, I'm like, I don't know. When I first started working there, they were like, "Can I ask you a question?" And I was like, "Yeah." My boss was like, because he's Brazilian, he was like, "I notice on your work app, the app we use for work or whatever, he's like, your name says Mike on there." And I was like, "Yeah, that's my nickname." I'm like, Michael. I don't know.
Oh
I
my-
thought it was common sense, but I've had people say that to me before. They're like, "Oh, I'm confused. I thought your name was Michael." And I was like, "It is, but Mike is a nickname." But I've even told people at work they can call me that, but they still choose to call me Michael. I don't know. Which
I
is
call you
fine.
Mikey. I call you Mikey. I'll call you Mikey forever. I don't care how much you hate it.
We'll call you something like then.
Look at his face. He gave you that look.
I know. I call you Mikey.
It sounds horrible.
Oh, Lord.
It's up there with FAM.
What?
Not as
FAM. What's
fam.
that? Fam. Oh God, no! I know you hate the fam thing. I don't call you. I don't refer
No,
to anything as fam.
sometimes I have. Honestly, guys, I know it's a thing. I just got to get over it, but I probably won't. I have a hard time. If somebody says it on their channel, I am almost instantly not interested to watch. Off so much that
Oh, that's just that. It's you
like,
know what it is. It's that trigger defense from your childhood. That fam. You just
no,
can't hear that.
actually, no, what it is, it's friggin' Tamron Hall.
Tamron. Oh God, really? She
The
does say
talk
fam
show
too.
woman?
I
Yes.
can't stand that chick. Oh, sorry.
So she's the one that ruined it for me because it was always
Tamron Hall.
and I would have her on, and in the beginning I didn't mind watching her. A lot of people say they don't like her, but
No, I
I,
hate her. No, can't stand.
I was watching a show, and after a while, I was like, she has said the word "fam" at least 100 times in this episode, and it's because of her. And then after that, everywhere, ever since the pandemic, fam, oh my fam. I'm like, what? like it's because of her. Like she really ruined it for me. Times, depending what channel I have it on, because sometimes I like to sleep with the TV on low. But sometimes I'll get up and I'm like, oh, she's on. I got to turn this channel. I got to turn it off because I am just like I was saying it before that. To be honest, this
It's
cricket.
the new F word.
But I'm like,
The new F word.
it's the new F word, right?
Yeah, I'm not. Oh my goodness.
I feel like almost like when people say that, I feel like I'm going to go into anaphylactic shock. Like, yeah,
You guys are crazy. I
I
swear.
don't know what it is. And I've tried so many times. I'm like, okay, like you've got to combat this, right? Like you can do it. You can get over that people are saying it work, but I can't.
Oh, that's
Yeah, I don't
too
want to hear
funny.
fat, and you can't say fam to him. And don't say fat fam either.
Right? Somebody peeing.
Robin.
They're either peeing or washing dishes, one or the other.
No, I'm brushing my teeth. I'm brushing my teeth with y'all.
Nice.
You hear me?
Gee.
Yeah, we
Brushing
hear
the
you.
teeth. Okay.
Gee.
Hey, listen, take me as I am.
What's that song? Take me as I am.
Get me it.
Soft, strong heart
Sing me
and
a
gentle
song, Teeth.
hands. Take me as I am.
Robin only pees on camera,
Yeah, I pee
So,
on camera. I brush my teeth
well, she's
with
not
y'all.
actually. Nobody can hear it.
No, I did pee on camera once. You don't even know.
More than once, girl.
More than
Not
once.
More than more than
Definitely
once.
don't.
Stop.
more than once.
Here's
Don't
a question.
exaggerate.
Yeah. Here's a.
Don't
Here's,
exaggerate. Come on now.
have you ever pooped while you were?
No.
Yes.
I think it took I think a cup. I took a piss once. Jane, let's be real.
No.
Yes.
You
Yeah.
have peed many times,
No,
not just.
that's Elaine, not me. Elaine always the one who's got to take a pisser, not me. No,
I don't.
I did take a piss though on camera,
I don't personally care.
almost like halfway, and y'all. And you know what, T? You weren't even there for that one, so don't even try to. You guys want to pick on me? Don't pick on me. Don't pick on me. No.
Here's
I
the
will
funny talk.
say,
I don't know if we've
I
ever
did.
talked. We might have. And I think Robin. I think by this point, Robin knows my social insurance number. But
I think I probably do know it.
have
Yeah.
you guys ever have any like stories where you have pooped or peed yourself? Embarrassing.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I have a story. My old man piddled himself today, and now he thinks he's old. Ugh. Yeah, he piddled himself today. You know what piddling is?
That comes
You
out.
know what I mean? Yeah. Well, he went to a doctor, and the doctor's like, "Have you ever lost your bowel movements?" And he's like, "No, of course not. I would never." Right? Anyways, today he he came home and he piddled himself, and we were freaking cracking up, man. And I said, "See, that's what doctors do to your brain when they put an idea that you're fucked up in your brain. All of a sudden, you start doing that shit, right? Because now they make you feel old, and you went to the doctor, and the doctor kind of tells you you're going to get older and you're going to do these things."
Yeah.
And he piddled himself, and
Yeah.
We were laughing our fucking asses off because he piddled himself, like piddled right through his jeans and everything. Has that
At least,
ever happened to you guys?
at least she didn't
I
piss
mean,
you.
as women, we do this because after you have kids, like women are different. We also like literally gave birth to a human child. So pedaling is a
In a
thing,
droopy
right?
bladder.
But when you're right, but when it happens to a man, it's like a way different thing because men have a a pee and they
Yeah.
don't give birth to children. So when they start to piddle, it's a whole different thing. And it's like when you like go to the bathroom and you don't necessarily get all the pee pee out, and then you stand up and you piddle yours. We're still on live, aren't we? Yeah, oh my god.
Oh
This is
Lord,
still
help us.
live.
At least she didn't on SkyTrain. Piss myself on SkyTrain.
What happened on the SkyTrain?
So this was like 1 year. I was living here in Vancouver about 1 year, and a bunch of my Halifax friends at the time, they were visiting, and we like to all go out and drink. So we were in Gastown. Gastown is like kind of like the historic kind of part of the older part of Vancouver, but it's a lot of pubs and bars and stuff like that.
Yeah, sounds
I
fun.
I have no idea why I did not go to the washroom in the place. That would make logical sense. We were also drunk, but so
Right.
that I couldn't find anywhere to piss. There was just people everywhere, and I was like, okay, find anywhere to piss. Like I said, I'm new to Vancouver, like 1 year, so very new. And so I'm like, oh, it's fine, I can hold it. So I get on the SkyTrain, and I'm on the train, and I'm fucking like, it's like probably I think the last train, so there's not really a lot of people on there, but I'm on there, and I'm just a fucking, it's like this, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm like, I'm gonna fucking piss myself. I'm gonna fucking piss myself. And I'm holding it and I'm holding it, and all of a sudden, my stop, I hear the next station is Commercial Broadway, and it just started flowing. It, and
Did
I
you
looked
piss yourself?
at my eye, and it was like running up the aisle in the SkyTrain. Get off the SkyTrain, and I fucking run like a maniac. I was just like, I didn't even look behind. I didn't look if anyone saw me. I was like, I am getting the fuck out of here. And yeah, not a great experience, but what's happened?
It oh my god, I think it's happened to all of us, right?
What's happened with Jane?
What?
Yes, tell us your story, Jane. When did you piddle yourself?
I didn't say I needed to participate in this. I'm an old lady.
You did. You signed up for it.
No, I didn't. Is there
Come
any
on,
subjects
you
that
got a story.
is there any subjects that can be off limits tonight?
Come on, you pissed yourself at one point or another. Like I can't. Yeah, it could have been like young pissing yourself, or
Girl, I about do that every time I come back from going to town, okay? I hold it the whole time and can barely make it in the house. There.
oh Lord, oh my God. Well,
Come on.
I will say this: getting older, really is fun, and things like that happen to us.
Just you wait 10 years. You'll see. You'll see.
I already got it, girl. I already got it.
Well, you'll think you can go 4 hours, right? You
Yeah,
say, oh,
no.
yeah. I'll wait 4 hours till I get home. And I do that every time.
I have never certifiably pissed down my leg though. Yet.
Oh,
I'm
that's
waiting.
good. That's good.
Right? That's good. Is that good?
So, guys, like,
Is that going to happen soon in my
it,
life? Is that going to happen?
you got a few more years.
Yeah. No, girl, you're
I
younger
haven't done
than
that
me.
either. I did poop my pants once, though.
Did you?
really bad. You want to hear that story?
Oh yeah, let me hear
It's
it.
when I was working. I was doing home care for the elderly with the elderly, right? And the woman I was taking care of was like in her 90s and she had dementia. So I was on my way to her house and I had the rumbly belly and I thought, oh, I'm only like a minute away. Well, she never knew me. When I got to her house every day, she forgot who I was. So she, I always had to convince her to let me in, right? And then once I got in, she would be like, oh, I think I might remember you. I think we got along. I was like, yeah, we get along. Well, I got to her door and barely made it up. Like there was like 40 steps. And I'm going, oh my God, please open the door. Please open the door. And I'm barely holding it in, right? I had on white pants and a scrub top. And, and I'm banging on her door and she looks, I saw her in there through the window. She looked at the door and headed back towards the bedroom like, I'm not opening my door. And I'm going, Alma, open the door, open the door, open the door. I'm sweating profusely. And it was like,
Oh,
I
man.
couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. And so finally, like, I'm like, Alma, and I see her bolt to the kitchen and she's like ignoring me. And I'm like, please open the door. Please open. Too late. Too late. They just cut loose everywhere. And I was like, oh no. Walk of shame down 40 steps to my car, had to sit in it, go all the way home. I had to call my boss and say, I pooped my pants. I got to go home, get cleaned up. Alma wouldn't open the door. It was awful. I had to,
I don't need to laugh, but that's fucking funny as fuck.
it was
I
awful.
don't want to do that someday. Is that my future?
Well,
Like, what do you do? You gotta go. You gotta go. Right?
Right?
yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
I couldn't be mad at her, you know what I mean? But like I went back to work. I went home and changed. I had to like shampoo the seats in my car.
Oh my
Had to,
God.
yeah, I had to sit on a garbage bag and went straight back to work. I'm like, okay, I got to take care of her. So I was kind of mad at her that
Wow.
day, though.
Shit, man. Like literally shit. That would suck.
It was
That would
funny.
suck. No.
It was funny, really.
No, it's not, dude. I would hate that day of my life. I would give up. After that kind of day of my life, I'd give up. Like, I'd be
No,
like,
you just have to laugh about it.
oh
You,
my gosh.
you
Oh my
guys have
God.
time when I'm having the coffee. Do you see like kind of that highway, that busy road that's it's just down from me. It's called Low Heat Highway. But a couple years ago, I was walking along and I literally had to make a quick call of, I'm going to poop myself. Like it was literally,
Oh no.
and I'm like, all of a sudden, my stomach was like, like
Yeah, right?
choice. Like it was either I poop myself or I have to figure it out. So as I'm walking along, there's like all these like bushes in front of this building, and I actually had to go into the fucking bush. And I'm like, I hope he can see me. And I had to go. And the part that made me feel kind of bad was the next day I was walking there was like people doing yard work.
Oh
And
no, witnesses.
I was like, oh,
I
so
can't.
sorry. But you know, like it's like, what do you do in that instance? Like, you do what I did and just friggin' duck behind a bush and go, or do you poop yourself? I didn't want to poop myself.
I would have definitely chose the bush for sure.
Cricket's
Yeah.
like politics to poopy pants. That's all. For humor, right? It's good to have a little laugh about the simple things.
I can't. Wow. Well, this is life. I'm glad that we got to talk about real life here.
Yeah, I'm glad the internet's forever.
Right? Because this is on the internet for sure.
There's been worse
Oh,
things.
Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, my goodness.
Never
I
going to
hope I don't ever have to shit myself in a bush or
guys. I more, but there. I first moved into the building. So where I used to work, my old hotel it's only about, I don't know, you could drive there in 5 minutes, but it's like a 30-minute walk. If that gives you any sense of how far away it is. It's close, but anyways, so when I first moved in, whoever lived in this place before me, apparently he did a number on this place, and I didn't realize it at the time, but my toilet wasn't working, right? And I was like, I was trying to tell my landlord, hey, like I would go to flush it and it would like overflow, right?
oh, no.
The guy that lived here before me, he flushed the toilet paper holder down the toilet, and that's what was
Oh,
blocked.
Lord.
One morning, like the toilet, I knew I couldn't use it. It was already like to the brim. Nothing was in it. And I was like, oh my God, I gotta go. I gotta go. All right. I gotta friggin' go. And so
Yeah.
again, I had to poop in the bushes on the way to work. And I was,
poop in the bush.
dude, like you couldn't make it to the gas station. I was like, dude, when you gotta go, you gotta fucking go. And when you wake up, and usually, when people wake up, that's when they do their business, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you gotta, what did you want from me, right? But
Mm-hmm.
so I'm no stranger to having to poop in the bushes.
There you go. You're ready for country living.
Oh,
Right.
what I
There you
can't.
go. You're right. Yeah.
Yep, I poop in the woods. I do.
That's hilarious.
There's a bear.
Oh, Lord.
Yes.
We
No,
really,
no shame in that.
no shame in that game.
I mean, it's not the most comfortable thing. I mean, I would usually prefer an outhouse or even.
Cricket said this is a good bedtime story.
You guys know. This is the. When I would go thing, I used to bring my masks, the COVID masks.
Oh, shit.
Yes.
Did you wipe with the COVID mask?
No, I would when I go in. So sometimes I would double up. So I would double it, and I was like, I knew these were good for something. I wasn't, but I used to wear them when I was
Oh, my God.
right with the outhouse. But some of them, oh my God, there was some. I'm telling you guys, there was some times where it smelled so bad I couldn't even go in. I was like, I'm going outside. I can't. Like, or I would, or I'll sometimes use mosquito spray. The mosquito repellent,
Ew.
and then I'll spray mosquito repellent because I'm really sensitive to smells, and if I even get a gag into me, like I will feel that.
I'm sorry, I'm getting the giggles now.
I
This conversation.
All right, enough talk about that. Probably undead sin. Bear poop in the wood. Tea poop in the rug.
Oh, Lord.
You gotta do
Oh,
it. I mean, it's a choice, right?
it's a choice. It is a choice.
Isn't what like India or something? Isn't that where they just like poop in the street?
Oh, Jesus. I hope not.
Yeah. Yeah, there's one of those countries where they just like poop in the street, like wherever they're at. They just like,
or they poop in a bucket and then they dump it in the street. That's what they do.
That sounds worse.
Yeah.
Just
That's how typhoid or the bad the bad. Oh God, I don't even want to get into it.
oh my God, guys, I could not do it. I needed to poop like really bad, and we're on a road trip, right? From like, I don't know, it was like Paris to wherever, right? And I'm like, okay, I gotta go. And we get into this freaking public washroom, and there's no stalls, and it was a hole in the fucking ground. And
Yeah.
it's very common too. You will see them in Thailand and stuff as well. I will not. I refuse to use them because I just, I'm not used to that. And also there was no privacy, and I was like, no, it looks like I'm holding it because there's no way in hell I am pooping in a hole, because you guys know what I'm talking about. The toilets.
No way I'm pooping in a hole.
How wide? How wide is this hole?
Yeah, I know. Like, what's the hole like?
No, guys, it's a toilet. Like, it's a toilet, but you squat to use it, right? So it's very common in like Europe. It's common in, especially really common in Thailand. There are a lot of places in Thailand as well that have regular toilets. I always, of course, want a regular toilet because that's what we're comfortable with. But I still have never done a lot of the toilets, they are just, you pull. So it's a porcelain. Right? It's a porcelain. Here, let me. Whatever. You guys can look yourself, but it's. I was just like, no, I can't do it. I'm not used to that, right? Another thing that I can't get used to, and in Thailand they call it the bum gun.
The bum gun.
Bomb gun?
So,
What?
so guys, after this, one more shitty conversation, and then we'll end it. So, when I was in, something that I normally do is I will actually carry a bit of toilet paper with me in case of an emergency, just because a lot of places don't actually have toilet paper in a lot of restrooms. So we're at this temple, and of course, I'm like, I gotta fucking go, and I realized, there's no toilet paper. I have to use the bum gun, and I don't like that, y'all. Even though it's more sanitary, but
You
guys,
are you talking about the bum gun, meaning the one that sprays up? Like, you're talking about the
Yeah.
toilets that spray up in your bum to
yeah,
spray your butthole with
they're
water?
a little bit more fancy in France when you think about the bidet and stuff, or bidet or whatever. They're more fancy in France, but in Thailand, there ain't nothing fancy about that. It's literally just the cold water, like.
I've never
And
used one.
I
I don't
was
know
just,
what they are.
I was like, it's not for me. I was just like, because we're not used to it. But in Thailand, they call it the bum gun. Tourists call it the bum.
Okay.
But I was like, girl, I can feel those spicy peppers now. I can feel that lunch. I didn't need to feel that lunch, but I do. But
Can I be like Robin here? I have questions.
Yeah,
Okay.
questions.
It's serious though. I mean, don't.
Okay.
Have you used a bidet?
Once in France. Oh wait, was
Okay.
it? Can't remember. Was it? No, maybe it was in Taiwan. I can't remember. One of those countries.
Okay, now after you use this thing, like it squirts off your butt and everything, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you just like walk away, you just pull your pants up and they get wet?
Here's the thing. I don't fully know. I've asked my friend who
I don't really know.
I don't know the proper way to do it because like I said, I that was an emergency case where I had no choice to use it. But yeah. So, but I said to my friend, because I was like, I'm kind of like you said, I'm like, you're wet afterwards, right? Your body, is
Yeah.
wet. Bring it up there. He told me that you're supposed to use your hand.
What?
For what
I don't
part of
know.
it?
I don't know
Your
if that's
hands are wet. No. What? What?
that you're supposed to use. Now, I don't know, my friend. He's been to Thailand.
I'm
I
so
think.
confused.
You use your
But
hand to wipe your butt and use the water to wash your hand. I don't
Oh.
get it.
I'm so
No.
confused.
Thing you spray it. When you're done spraying it, you use your hand, your arm, like your hand and to dry it, basically.
Ow.
Touching
See,
my butt.
that does not make any sense. That does not make any sense.
How is that supposed to be hygienic if you got to touch your butt and cooter to dry it off?
You wash your hands when you're done.
I can't.
What the heck?
No.
Third world country bullshit.
I
No. I've always wondered
just
how does
typed
the bidet
into
work?
Google. I wrote how to clean your bum in Thailand, and this is what came up: bum gun tips and tricks.
Bum gun.
Let me see what this says here, because I don't even know. Let's educate ourselves here, guys.
I don't even know. Let's educate ourselves.
It
Is there a
says
video?
spray. Being in Thailand so far and a big fan of the concept, but admittedly having some difficulty with execution, this person says. While it does leave me feeling much cleaner, I've noticed it also leaves my cheeks soaked to the point of any toiletry. Otherwise, uh, also as a male, figuring out the ideal positioning to contend with the twig and berries has been a bit of a challenge. So seeking tips and advice from Bum Gun Pros to help. So it says between both legs, lift one up and snake it under. I'm so curious about this too. He says, "Oh, cop couldn't crap in funny. Cop couldn't crap in advance." Oh,
Cricket is still listening. He is cracking up. Like we are. Like how do we even get ourselves through this conversation? No, there's gotta be somewhere in a boudet that you
So-
dry yourself off somehow, right? With
How?
toilet paper? I don't know. Like, do you have like toilet paper after the boudet?
I mean, like instead of like hand dryers, they're gonna have butt dryers that are down
I
low
don't
on the
know.
wall.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not
I mean,
sure how they work.
That's a great idea. Like
Listen,
butt dryers.
I'm all about fucking the spraying up on the butt and stuff, but do you dry yourself? Do you pat it off? Do you see that I would think that's what you do is like pat yourself off dry. Cause you can't just like step off the fucking toilet being wet. So how do you dry yourself off?
So this guy said the quality of your bum gun nozzle is key. You don't want you want the water to end up in the bowl. So best direction is to point bum gun into the bowl via your ass. Requires you to be flexible or skinny enough to be able to place one hand behind your back and below the waist. Experience is the best teacher. Practice at home, not while you're out on your Sunday best.
Oh
Wait,
wow.
this is separate. This gun thing is not in the toilet bowl.
No,
Oh,
so
my goodness.
how can I show you this, guys? I'll show you if you can see it. Can you see that picture there?
Well, I see a toilet.
So yeah, this would be the toilet, and right on the side is the hose.
Okay.
Mhm.
So that's the. But oftentimes you will go into public washrooms and the floor will be soaked. Like
Ew, though. Ew.
With butt juice.
you just
Yeah.
there's been a lot of washrooms I've gone in Thailand, guys, where I've been like, nope, I can't.
No.
Or some smell is so bad, like I'll go in and be like, nope, I can't. Like it does happen where I've been like, I just can't. I need to find a cleaner washroom.
Oh,
But
wow.
some people just have it everywhere, spraying everywhere.
Oh, that's like anal rinse. Nobody
Yeah, it's
wants to walk in that.
the water. It's just more water.
Rinse. Oh
They don't
no, is that really what it is?
know. I want to know
Think
how to.
about it. That's splashing off the boys and girls. You know? Okay,
You
that's
guys are too much. You guys are too much. I gotta go.
spray and walk away. I'm done. That old one cheek sneaky. I didn't like it. It was like,
The butt dryer blows ass.
yeah, a bum dry. Absolutely.
Oh, we've all sunk to a new low.
We did. We really did. We
I
went
got
down the
some
whole night.
researching to do before I go to sleep. I need
That's
to go
right.
learn stuff.
Mhm.
Seriously, guys, like I said, this is things you wouldn't like. If you guys ever go there one day, you'll see. I'm talking. You'll be
Oh,
like,
well,
where?
it seems way more attractive now. Yeah, I'm wanting to go there even more.
Right.
I mean,
Top 10.
obviously,
Top
most
Seems
places,
way more attractive now.
most places you stay are fine. It's just some places you go may not be because they're, you know, a temple or they're. It's not a, it's not your hotel room. It's not your condo. It's not your, you know, your home. Sometimes, you just got to be. You got to be prepared. That's all I'm saying. Is for these types of things when you travel. It's not something all people really maybe would think about, but it is the reality of these
Well,
countries. And you realize how good you have it too, until you start.
yeah. Well, I
Mhm.
can't
I'd say
squat
that.
over a hole. Guaranteed I'm going to fall on the floor.
Do
It's not
that.
that, honey. You could fall in. Well, I
No, I'm
guess. Oh, your bum falls in or something.
I'm going to fall. I'm going to fall on the floor while I'm pooping. I'm probably going to land in it. I can't be squatting over a hole in the floor. What the heck?
Well, I will tell you this, guys. I'll take the bum gun any day over the over.
Take the bum gun.
We'll take that any day over the hole. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Any
Right.
and friggin' day.
Can you stand up? I mean, I'll stand up and poop in a hole. I'll do that.
I
That's
hope I
fun.
don't. I hope I don't poop myself anytime soon, just like y'all do. But
Butt dryer. Cricket is a butt dryer. That sounds like it blows. Guys, it's okay to have lighthearted, silly conversation that is it's reality. These are realities, right? And the fact that you guys didn't even know what a bum gun was, you guys probably thought this motherfucker's making this up. Damn.
I'm still trying to grasp the fact that this is reality. Yeah. I'm still working on that.
Same.
Oh,
I have
goodness.
I have a lot of thankful prayers to do tonight. I'm very thankful.
But I think it's all a part of the experience, I I think if anything that I've learned from traveling is that I don't know, it's just to maybe expect the unexpected and really just try to take things as they come and try not to be too. I've really learned, not to be like even last trip. There was things sometimes I was like, man, they haven't came and cleaned my room for 2 days, but I just said, you know what? It's okay. I'm in Thailand. Like, there's no stress, right? We're not in America. We're not in Canada. We're not in these places where, you know, it's just a different vibe. And I think that I've learned so much to just accept things for, kind of how they are. I mean, if something is shit, it's shit. But, like, because when I first started traveling, I was going to resorts, right? Back with my husband, my ex-husband. Sorry, I don't know why I said husband. We would go to, 4-star, 5-star resorts. And then when I first started traveling without that, I was like, that was a big adjustment at first because I was like, oh, wow, this is different than a fancy resort, right?
Mhm.
But I don't know. I just wish that you guys could, anyone that hasn't traveled, I wish that for people. I wish that people could just get to go see different parts of the world and see, how other people live and how, whether we like it or not, or whether it's gross or whatever the case may be, right? Um,
I don't think it's gross. I think that different parts of the country are probably, or not country, the world, would be awesome. I just haven't done it. Never
and I
had
know,
the experience.
and I know, Jane, you've never left the United States, right?
Well, I've been to Canada. I think it's interesting. Yeah, I would love to, but my hubby
Yeah,
doesn't travel at
So,
all.
so
yeah.
Jane,
And
can people, you can say I'm international because of that one time I went to Canada.
No, I don't consider that.
oh, girl, I
It's
went
North
to
America.
Canada. I don't consider myself international either. I've been to Canada.
The only reason I say that because there was a drag queen on one of the shows I was watching, the American version, and she's like, I am an international queen because of that one time I went to Canada. I just thought it was funny.
No. Oh, hell to no.
No.
Like, you don't even know unless you've, like, traveled the world. So it's interesting. It's
Now,
neat.
it has never left United States. I
I
find it so.
know.
There's a lot of people I've realized that they've never maybe even left their state or their
No,
province.
no.
Uh,
Seriously.
and of course, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. I just I just felt for myself as from a very early age that I was looking at a lot of people in my hometown, and I'm like, these people have been here all their life, and they've never left the province. They've never
Right.
left Nova Scotia. And I was like, so when I had this boyfriend, my first boyfriend, he was going to Ontario, and that's when I moved. I was like, oh, this is my opportunity to learn something and see another part of Canada. And then now I've been fortunate to also live out here for a very long time. And then it wasn't until I was actually, how old was I, guys? My first country was, I believe, I was 29, 27, 28. I think 29 years old was the first time that I left Canada. Um, and, uh, and yeah, so I definitely, if there's anything that I can ever say, um, that I'm grateful in my life, it will definitely always be that I have had the opportunity to see a lot more than many people. So for me, I'm gonna be forever grateful. I just wish that everyone could get a chance. That's all, and maybe people don't want, right? Maybe people also don't want to travel. There's also that, and
I don't
there's
know. I
there's
don't
nothing.
know what it is. Yeah. I don't think it's like I've ever not wanted to travel. I just think I'm just never had the opportunity.
Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah, I don't know.
No, I
I'm
would
not
have
sure.
loved to in my 20s. Yeah, in a heartbeat.
Yep. Yep. I
And
know.
that I always found that interesting too, guys. You see a lot of times in life, I think a lot of people now, the younger generation, they are traveling. Like when you go to Thailand now, it's a young person's game. Like, I think, God, I wish I was 20 in Thailand. Oh my God. But, you know, you see a lot of people now, um, you know, not now, but I guess before, where they waited their whole lives and then they go on these vacations when they can't walk and they're in wheelchairs and they're in, you
Mm,
know, traveled all their life. They waited till retirement and now they can't walk or they're with a cane and well, there's still nothing wrong with that. It's like Jane said, it's like, I wish I could have done that when I was 20, like
right.
when you
Right.
have energy
Right.
and you can enjoy getting out. Like, how can you enjoy if you got to get your walker out, to
Yeah.
get down, to the restaurant, right? Like,
Okay. So, and that on that note, I will say that life goes fast, right?
Yep.
Before you
fast,
know it, before
slow.
you know it, you feel old, and before you know it, like life will put you in your place, and sometimes Oh, well, it'll just put you right in your place. I don't know.
Arthritis will do you in so friggin' fast.
Shit.
Mhm. And just being like put in your place, right? Like I said, I think to Mikey earlier, I'm in a different kind of place where, you know, when you have a kid and you got like responsibilities to a certain type of place, you kind of get stuck.
Yeah.
You get stuck in that place because you have to be there. You have to be there all the time. So we can't like venture out, you know. I remember when I was in my 20s, right? I could do anything. I could go anywhere. I didn't take the chance to do that. I missed that chance. Now I feel like, yeah, I could do it, but I don't really have the chance because I'm stuck in a certain type of place of,
Rob,
you
the
know,
thing, how I see it is it's even like me or with anything we're going through. You're only stuck if you allow yourself to be stuck.
true. You're
While I
right.
do understand what you're saying and I do empathize with that 100% because I do feel that from you, but at the same time, you're only stuck because you're allowing yourself to be stuck.
Yes,
And
you're right.
right, because we should, even Jane mentioned earlier, oh, now that my kids are grown up, I'm discovering who I am again, and
Hmm.
it's never too late to and like I said, if I'm not sitting here telling you to go travel, but I'm saying it could be anything that
Hmm.
maybe it could be something when your daughter gets over. Maybe you do a trip together. Maybe it's a trip even
I
to
agree.
maybe it's a trip to Maine, or it doesn't have to be another country, or
Yeah.
but I believe that you're not stuck. You're only stuck because you're telling yourself that you're stuck,
Yes,
right?
I agree with that. I totally agree with that 100%.
Lesson.
I feel like I do tell myself that, like, I'm stuck, I'm stuck, I'm stuck. In which I need to be unstuck because you're right, Mike. You're right. Totally. You only tell yourself that because you've been in a mindset for so long, but whew, those different changes, yeah, those are the ones. Those are the hardest ones to get over, you know?
At the same time, Robin, when your daughter's like mine, 21 years old, you're going to look back
Hmm.
and go, man, I wish she was 9 again. I wish she was.
I know, honey. I know they're so hard. They're all milestones that I believe that we all go through, and
No,
well,
this is life ever evolving. Life is ever
yeah.
evolving. So, like, don't waste an opportunity to do
Hmm.
anything, right?
I
Because it's
know.
always
It's
going to
hard.
change.
It's hard. It is hard, especially when we're all like kind of a little fucked up. And I will admit that sometimes I get. Well, my life has made me anxious and scared in itself. Um, but yeah, I would love to travel with my daughter. I would love to be open to that, and you know, I just feel stuck right now. We're I'm in that place where I feel stuck. I hope I can come out of it.
I think anyone can come out of it, but it really does take a lot for anyone to change. It's never just maybe something might click in your head one day, maybe it won't, maybe you need a push from someone, maybe we
Hmm.
Yeah.
but
I agree.
I do also see other people out there struggling, and
Hmm.
it's like you have even said to me that why can't I as well be an inspiration to someone else, and
You can.
if I can help somebody or make them say, oh, well, look at him, he did it, then why can't anyone else? Right?
You can.
Yeah. Even if you can't change your latitude, you can change your attitude. So, like,
There you go. That's a good
if you
one.
can't be where you're happy, then be happy where you are, right?
Hmm.
So
I'm happy where I am, but I don't want to be stuck. Right?
then don't think of yourself as stuck. Just like make the best of where you are, right? Because there's people way off,
Mhm.
way worse off where they're at. So
Absolutely. Absolutely.
we can still be happy with simple things, living a simple life, because
I
sometimes
like
that's a
my
lot
simple
easier.
life. I like
Yeah,
my simple life. I really do. I really do. That it might be one of my stuck things. Maybe I just like my happy life too much. But
if it makes you happy, that's
yeah,
good.
it makes me happy. I am a I am a happy girl. Happy most of the time. Good night, Cricket.
He's falling asleep, but he'll leave the stream open for those views.
Yeah, it's like
Eh,
1:30. I need
Yeah,
to sleep. I've been up since
I
5
know, me
a.m.
too. I know.
guys, I'm gonna watch some TV. This live has been 4 hours and 34 minutes. It's been a while since I've had a long one.
That's a lot of crap.
I usually, yeah, right. I usually try. I don't know. I feel lately I usually try to cap them at 2 hours, but I mean, it doesn't matter, right? Obviously, but thanks, Cricket. Thanks, Robin, for sharing. Thank you, Jane, for sharing. And thank you, Dakula, for also sticking around. Thanks to anyone that stopped by here in this chat and obviously had enjoyed our chats and enjoyed our little poopy conversation to have some shits and giggles, right?
Literally.
It's okay to laugh. It's okay to be silly, and
Night.
sometimes have a good old not take ourselves too seriously all the time, right? All right, it looks like everybody popped off there. I did make some pasta, which was kind of gross, y'all, but it was food. I am still hungry, so I'm sitting here thinking about doing up this. I got salmon here, and I might just do it up with a little bit of mayonnaise and eat it just like that. Because the pasta just did not hit for me, y'all. As God would have it, my phone just died. Hello, Eddie. Welcome back. How are you, Eddie? How's things, Eddie? I saw your post that you will not be posting as much as before. I know you're busy with some things. So I hope all is well with you. And thank you for stopping by, Eddie. Eddie Tricks, Bag of Bones. You got the Bag of Bones. Guys, I'm hungry. What should I do? Or I could make another omelet. I could make an omelet. That could be tasty. Just a simple omelet, a plain omelet. I don't know, guys. I made this pasta. I have so much of it, and I didn't enjoy it. But, guys, I am ending the stream here. Unless Eddie Tricks has anything else to say, or Dakula. We still have 5 million people watching. Um, I'm trying to find one of my shows to download. I cannot find it for some reason. I have no idea why I cannot find this show. I I do have it available on this site called Daily Motion, but the problem with that is there's 9,000 ads. So you'll be watching and it's like every 4 minutes there's an ad, and I'm just like, it is so annoying. But I need to watch my show. What is this? Stuck on you. I got this feeling down deep in my soul that I just can't lose. I guess I'm on my way. I needed a friend. And the way I feel now, I guess I'll be with you till the end. Guess I'm on my way. All right, guys, thank you for joining. Um, mad love to y'all. Blessings. And let's keep continuing. Oh, as I leave 6 million. Got that YouTube addiction, y'all, where you're like, oh, more people are coming. Oh, should I leave? Oh, should I leave? Oh. Stuck on you. I got this feeling down deep in my soul that I just can't lose. Guess I'm on my way. Mm, mm. I needed a friend, and the way I feel now, I guess I'll be with you till the end. Great live tea. I think we all vented. Yeah, but we vented in a good way, right? Drag Race Down Under. Canada's Drag Race. That's what I'm looking for, but I don't want to watch it on this, y'all. I might save it for my phone. All right, guys. Oh, as I'm about to say goodbye, we got 7 million, guys. Y'all just don't want to stop supporting, but I should probably take a break here, guys. Thank you all, and I'll probably see y'all tomorrow. Bye, guys.